But we're going to go through this from start to finish. All right, fine. Here's my baby girl. On-demand cat. Yeah, that's what I do over here. But yeah, let's try to avoid just like typing stuff in chat from like further down in the patch notes that we haven't gotten to yet. Like War Chief just did right there. Let's we're gonna go through it all together. We're gonna go through it all together. There's no need to jump out ahead. So I'm gonna actually add something here. All right. Thank you. Only One and Nico. Thank you both for the subs. Appreciate it. And thank you, RTG, for the bits. Thank you, Icy Angel, for the bits. I think in an effort to just get through this, I'm going to have to turn my alerts off. Otherwise, like, this is so...
Cat's name?
This is so long. Like, I'm sorry. I'll turn them right back on when we're done, but yeah, I think that's going to be the best way to go about this for now. I'll try to keep an eye out for stuff coming through and still shout it out, but yeah, this will be good. But like I said, please no spoilers. We'll get to everything combat related in here. We'll get to it all. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So we went through some of this already. So this is just saying the new dungeons. We know what's going on with all that. It's the same as it usually is. Let's see. Here's the light set. This is the one that's like combat prayer, but when you heal with an area effect. So that one was kind of like whatever, I guess. You know, it may be interesting in relation to the other changes down below, but yeah, we'll see. This is the pin crit chance and then empower to your allies. This is really easy empower. I mean, you just have to do a heavy attack and it lasts for 12 seconds and easy 100% uptime on empower. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the pin lines again like they did originally with Coral Riptide, and then they changed them. But originally Coral Riptide also had 2 pin lines. So I don't know if I love that. But this also says when you deal damage with a heavy attack. Doesn't say fully charged. I wonder if they've changed light and heavy. Yeah, we'll have to keep reading. I'm going to try not to read too much into these until we actually see the balance changes. But we'll still go through them and see what they do. Maybe for dungeon groups like to run one tank 3 DPS. Yeah, maybe. Okay. This one is the heavy set. I don't think we saw this one. When you deal direct damage to a taunted target, restore 525 stamina and magicka. This effect can occur once every 2 seconds. I don't know. I don't sustain for bash builds. Decent resource set, not needed. Yeah, it's whatever. And I don't know. It's not something that I'll be using. And then the monster set, we saw this one. We just looked at this one. So major vuln on heavy attacks. Seems pretty cool. This one right here seems pretty good. Seems really interesting. This one possibly. I'm not too into the other ones though. This one though, this light set we looked at just a little bit ago. Yeah, I like the monster set 2 days. It looks pretty cool. So this one seems really good. Obviously in a super organized group, maybe not, but pretty much permanent major force and then minor force for your allies. Like that seems pretty good. It seems pretty solid. It doesn't say the timer on there. No, you iffy. No, you. It doesn't say what the timer. Oh, for 5 seconds. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. So it's just like all of the other stacking sets. Just 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, seems really cool. I like the idea of that. Did we look at this one? Oh yeah, this was the medium disease damage set. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I feel like the damage from it is not going to be very high. And so really like what you're looking at is the stamina return. I don't know. This one doesn't really jump out to me either. The new monster set had a line of pins, so you got another pin set to flex with. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're right. Hell yeah, brother. All right. Did we look at this? Oh yeah, this was the minor courage one. So we looked at this one. This is kind of like Yolnahkrin, except when you block. So yeah, I mean, for tanks that haven't done trials and don't have Yolnahkrin, and they want a set for dungeons that can buff their allies, and you know, it's a solid. It's a solid set for that. I think for any tank that's already picked up Yolnahkrin, probably this is not needed. But if you're trying to get into dungeons and do some dungeon tanking, I think this is a nice set for a newer tank to pick up for sure. Buff your allies. What tank does that? What's up, Ninja? Yeah, I think this is nice. You know, Yolnahkrin will go to a full trial group, whereas this will only go to a dungeon size group. So Yolnahkrin, obviously the better choice for trials. But yeah, I think this is solid if you don't have that yet, and it's much easier, especially for a newer player, to get a group together to run a dungeon rather than go run and farm gear from a trial. So this will be nice, I think, for a lot of people to pick up. And then the last monster set. Oh, this is the roly-poly one. So we looked at this one as well. This one gives stamina recovery, and then when you roll dodge, create a husk after you roll. While within 5 meters of that husk, it will absorb all direct damage attacks against you. After 1 second, the husk explodes, dealing poison damage to all enemies within 5 meters. Once every 20 seconds. So I also don't expect the damage to be super high on this. Kind of like with the medium set here that restores stamina but also deals damage. Usually when there's like another big effect with it, the damage isn't super high. So I imagine the damage on this is not anything too crazy. But it is kind of interesting that you get kind of like 1 second of immunity. Like if you time it well, you can kind of pick that moment where nothing can hit you for a second. Or no direct damage can hit you for a second. which is kind of interesting. It is a pretty long cooldown for a 1 second buff. But it's interesting for sure. Like, how practical will this be? I don't know, but it's an interesting concept for sure. Hey, Mish. Hey, Lemon Bomb. Hey, Dino. Hey, Sacred. Chat's moving a little bit slower now, so I can kind of see what's happening again. It was kind of flying for a moment. Set is for players with poor timing. I don't know. You kind of need good timing to make good use of the set, because you only get 1 second when you roll. I mean, I guess 1 second is longer than, I don't know. Might be good against bosses with heavy attack combos like Zalvaka or Maligalig. Be interested to see what it does against those boss heavies also, that like a lot of the boss heavies recently, they've been putting in this mechanic where if you block the heavy, you get like a certain negative effect, but if you roll the heavy, you also get a different negative effect. So it's kind of like pick your poison. So I wonder how this would interact with those kind of attacks. If it would do anything, like if it would completely negate those, or if it would treat it like you avoided it and give you that negative effect. So that'll be interesting to test out. Yeah, it was a little crazy when they first raided. I definitely couldn't keep up with what was going on. I'll turn my alerts back on here in just a little bit. But yeah, I figured I'm not going to get through this if those are just constantly going. But yeah, thank you again, everybody that's coming in from the Bethesda stream, and to those that were already here anyway, thank you as well. Okay, so we got some more sets also. Hey, Ice, let's keep the spoilers to a minimum. We're gonna get to it. I promise we'll get there. We're gonna go through it bit by bit though. So we have these new rewards for the worthy sets. We have a Periite light set. It has a crit resistance line. That's, oh, all three of these do. That's interesting. What'd you miss? You haven't missed much. All I've gone through so far is just the new dungeon sets. Yeah, you're good. Too attracted to Bethesda stream? You're praising my YouTube music clip. It's awesome. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Now Rich knows where to hire a bard. I appreciate that. Yeah, the response to my music video I put out is just, honestly, it's absolutely blown me away. I was super nervous to post it. I didn't figure hardly anyone would watch it. It was just going to be like one of those things that like most people just clicked past and ignored. And I was just blown away. Honestly, it's getting like as many views as like a normal video that I would put out. And all the comments have been super positive. So I don't know. It was like really, I was nervous and then realized I had no reason to be because everyone was super nice about it. So yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you Ninetails. Appreciate that. Thank you Starstreak. Appreciate it everybody. But yeah, let's enough about me. We're here for the patch notes. So let's get on with it. Y'all are too kind though. So we got weapon and spell damage, crit resistance. That's pretty interesting. They decided to put that as a set bonus on these. And then we have offensive pin. So I mean, pretty solid stats right there. It's probably a damage dealing set. You deal 6% increased damage to blocking players. When you deal light attack damage to an enemy that is immune to crowd control, apply Languor. Languor? I don't even know what that is. For 10 seconds, reducing their magicka and stamina recovery by 248. So this is a tackle the blocking guy set. You can get rid of their recovery and deal more damage to them. I mean, the damage bonus is pretty weak. Like 6% increased damage to blocking players. That's not really anything special. That's pretty low. But you know, reducing someone's recovery is interesting. It's only single target though. The effect can occur once every 10 seconds, not like 10 seconds per target. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super impressed with this set. We'll go ahead and move on. Medium, offensive pen, crit resist, stamina recovery. When you apply a major debuff to an enemy, remove a major buff with a duration from the target. When you apply a minor debuff to an enemy, remove a minor buff with their duration from the target. That's kind of interesting. Maybe if you want to mob the guy that holds the ball in one battleground. Maybe. Daedric Trickery Killer. I mean, for builds that are already like heavy into applying debuffs, it's kind of interesting because you kind of double up. Like, not only are you applying a debuff, but you're removing one of their buffs at the same time. I wonder how that shows up for the person targeted with it too, because a lot of times, like, you'll hit a buff, it'll be on your, I don't know, let's say you're running Rally and you're getting your major brutality and sorcery from Rally, and so you have your timer ticking on that. Well, if somebody removes your major sorcery and brutality, like, your timer is probably still ticking on your skill bar. It's going to be probably hard to tell that you lost your buffs unless you're like running a weapon and spell damage add-on or something and you see it drop down. That's going to be interesting to go up against. Like, trying to like maintain your buffs against someone that's using this against you. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it seems decent. It seems pretty decent. I don't know. Only a 2-second cooldown. Yeah, seems pretty strong. Especially like, these effects can both occur once every 2 seconds. So it does have a 2-second cooldown. So like, if you're like trying to AoE a group with this, you can't like take all of their buffs away. It's still gonna like be only once every 2 seconds, but definitely against a single target, it seems pretty strong. But yeah, I think we'll move on to the next one. The heavy set. Armor, crit resist, healing taken. When a negative effect is removed from you, restore health. When you take damage and have 6 or more negative effects, cleanse all negative effects. That seems interesting. Yeah, play. Here, put this set on to kill everyone with Plaguebreak. I mean, outside of Plaguebreak, like if Plaguebreak was not a thing, I would say this seems like really strong. Like to just not have to run a purge and like you auto cleanse the stuff off. And you heal whenever an effect is removed as well. Save yourself and kill everyone else. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, like I said though, a lot of these I'm gonna have to read like a lot of this stuff. I almost don't want to spend too much time on any of this because I feel like I'm gonna have to go through the whole set of patch notes and then kind of come back after I've taken everything in, you know, and then revisit each part of it and with a different perspective. Because initial reaction, I don't know the full picture, so. Okay, so we got new furnishings coming as usual. Housing mains rejoice. There goes your gold. We got a prologue quest. This is pretty typical for the quarter 3. Template information. We have good news and bad news. The good news is we have supplied 2 templates for you to utilize in this update. Usual max level has all the things, and a mid-level. The bad news is the names have not been updated yet, so it will still display as a high isle template that places you outside of Gonfalon Bay. Okay, that's not a big deal. That's not that bad of news. That's that's fine. We can live with that. I thought they were gonna say like the templates aren't working for week 1 or something, and I was gonna be like, oh my god, so we can't test any of this for a week. But no, we're fine. We're fine. This is why you don't read and have me do the reading. All right. Let's see. You'll start with 4 companions unlocked. Start with all the tribute decks. All the necessary way shrines unlocked to visit the new dungeons in the prologue. New item bags for the new sets. Updated the Crafters Limitless Library with moved the Holiday Crown and other special motifs to the new Crafters Limitless Library Special Edition. Some motifs are now put in there. New styles are in the Style Ingredients bag. Okay. Fixed an issue with the Defiler item set dropping a second pair of belts instead of axes. All right. I think that's good though. So it seems like templates are going to be just fine. Nothing too crazy there. Known issues. All right, these are known issues. So I see a lot of people skip this section and report these bugs. So before you report these, they know. That's why it says known. So Molten Whip's cost may not properly adjust with some hard-coded bonuses from sets or champion points. Okay. Ash Cloud and its morphs are currently consuming resources twice immediately upon casting instead of once. Cutting defense is currently not properly proccing weapon enchantments or poisons. That's actually happening on live as well. So, but at least they know about it. So that's good. And then Ancient Knowledge is currently not applying to tether abilities. Okay, so not too many things there. None of those look like a huge deal for like week 1 testing. So shouldn't be too bad. Hey Odacan, how's it going? Hey Shiwild. We screwed up DK, sorry. Alright, these are just some general fixes. We're gonna skip a lot of this stuff and get right to the combat. Exploration. They fixed some out of bounds spawns. I'll be honest with you guys. I haven't done Tales of Tribute yet, so I'm not gonna read this. I'm sure some of you are interested in the Tales of Tribute balance changes, but I won't know anything that I'm saying, and so I'm not going to read this. Yeah, I've yet to do the tutorial. I'm gonna do it one day. It seems okay. It seems like people are having fun with it. Like, I think people that have actually tried it are enjoying it. I just, like, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole yet. Hey, Borston Mall, how's it going? I'll go down that rabbit hole at another time. But it seems like a fun game. Nixie's addicted. They fixed the bug achievement. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, here we are. Combat and abilities. I've been drinking too much water. I need to go to the bathroom again. So sorry. Okay. Let's do this. It's about to get juicy. Hey, what's up, puppies? Yeah, let's not talk about stuff we haven't got to yet. We'll get there. Light and heavy attacks. All right. Need a beer for this. Need a beer. Yeah. I actually haven't drank in over 6 months now. I'm going a full year. So I'm halfway there. But who knows? That might change after tonight. We'll see. All right. Light and heavy attacks now deal a flat amount of damage rather than scaling with your highest offensive stats. Melee light attacks deal 2250 base damage, while ranged light attacks deal 10% less. Fully charged melee heavy attacks deal 2500 base damage multiplied by their cast time and cooldown, and 10% less for ranged. For example, two-handed heavy attacks take 1.8 seconds between their cast time and cooldown, meaning their damage dealt at a base is 4500. Okay, that makes sense. So the longer you're holding it, the more damage they do. So they all do the same amount of damage per time spent casting the heavy attack. Medium attacks continue to scale between their light and fully charged counterpart. Okay, so medium attacks are still there. So like you could hold a heavy attack for 1 second and let it go and hit your ability if you wanted, and get like a little bit more damage than from just clicking a light attack. But it would be probably a lot harder to weave at a high speed doing that. Be a little trickier on the timing. Yeah, I mean, so they don't go up with your stats, but like, are they still gonna go up with stuff like Major Slayer? They're gonna crit, like different buffs and debuffs. Are those all gonna affect them still? Because if so, they're still going to deal a lot more damage for an organized group than an unorganized one. Medium attacks continue. Okay, I read that. The final hit from Restoration and Lightning Staves can now be dodged once again to ensure there is better counterplay at denying an opponent resources in the stronger portion of the attack. That's interesting. That's a big change. That's really big for PvP. I feel like that's really big for PvP. Because getting resources from those resto heavies, it was like easy mode. You just hold your button down and no need to worry, you got this. But now if people like know what they're doing, they can roll it. It's interesting. Huge PvP change. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't PvP a whole lot, but just like knowing the bit I do know, it seems pretty big. Resources restored from fully charged heavy attacks have been streamlined to grant an average of approximately 1350 resources based on their total cast time and cooldown, rather than varying values with no standardization. Oh man, okay. So these are all just based on how long those heavies actually last. Same with the damage, it seems like. I honestly don't know if these are buffs or nerfs. I don't remember how much you got before, to be honest. Or if it's like kind of the same ballpark area, it's just like they're more streamlined with the values now. One good change out of 6. We'll see. We'll see. Adjusted many bonuses from sets, abilities, and passives to better equate for these changes, which are listed under their sourced areas. Okay. Fixed an issue where dual-wield medium attacks could deal more damage than their fully charged counterpart in some cases. These changes are going to make the PvE skill gap wider rather than closing it. I'll read through it all. If that's the conclusion I come to as well, then definitely speak out about that. But we'll see. We're still very, very, very early on in the patch notes. So, dev comment here. During the Greymoor area, we ran a test where we refactored the functionality of light and heavy attacks. While we ended up not implementing those changes due to player feedback, there were many positive notes and remarks we took away from the change list overall. This time, we are implementing the good parts from the received feedback and avoiding the other areas. Overall, we're keeping light attacks in place of the top DPS producing results, albeit at a much lesser extent than what they were doing before. Heavy attacks will remain resource driven, but now also produce significantly less DPS losses than before. The main reason for streamlining these values was to reduce the bloat of damage production they can provide at the high level, reinforcing an intense necessity to perfectly light weave to produce viable damage. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think you have to perfectly light weave to produce viable damage. I mean, there's like Templar parses I do where I miss like 40 light attacks because jabs are so hard to weave, and still I'm hit like 124k DPS. Like I don't know if I agree with that statement. While simultaneously retaining their damage levels at the low end for those who rely on them to not be negatively affected. In doing so, we've also been able to adjust item sets that augment these effects to be much more impactful without the concern of creating higher burst potential in PvP environments. So this is another concern I have right away. If they're saying that the sets that augment light and heavy attacks, okay, if those sets are going to be more impactful, then like still weaving really well versus not weaving well is going to have a big impact on your damage. Right? Like yeah, please stop with the spoilers. It says in the title, no spoilers. Like we'll get to everything. I promise you guys. We're gonna cover all of the combat changes. Let's just go through it together. I think it's a lot more fun if we're all talking about the same part at the same time. That's a lot more fun. Like we'll get there. We'll talk about whatever is happening for sure. But yeah, I don't know if I'm on board with that. Like if they're still gonna have sets that increase your light attack damage, if they're still gonna have, like I saw in that one set, it gives Empower, which increases light attack damage by like 1800. So now groups with high Empower up times are still getting a lot more damage from their light attacks than groups with not very good Empower up times. Like it still feels like there's going to be a big split there because of this other stuff. I don't know. It doesn't seem to all line up based on what I've seen so far. The Scroll Cat, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. But streamer, I'm freaking out about this one part. I read 20 pages. Exactly. We'll get there. I promise. I've never ended a patch note stream early without covering it all. I promise we'll get there. It's only 1:15 Central. I got plenty of time. All right. We will move on. We will move on. Adjusted player damage over time abilities to generally follow the following rules. Abilities will now last 20 seconds in duration, up from 10 seconds. So I'm guessing this is only referring to abilities that were 10 seconds to start with. Because not all abilities were 10 seconds. So we'll have to keep going, I guess, with that. Almost all dots now tick on a 2-second frequency rather than 2 seconds if they were single target and 1 second if they were area of effect based. Okay, so they're gonna tick half as often for like your ground dots, which for most it's not the end of the world. There are situations like if you were doing unstable wall spam, since that ticked every second, you could spam wall and still get your dot ticks from wall simultaneously. So that doesn't seem like that's going to be able to happen now with it being 2 seconds. Same thing with like Stampede. If you needed to like kind of readjust your Stampede positioning, you didn't lose a tick from the ground dot because it ticked every second. So now it ticks every 2 seconds, so you could potentially lose a tick in readjusting it. Not a huge deal overall, but definitely some small little areas that this will affect. I don't like it for PvP because I feel like if you're running through a ground AoE, you shouldn't be able to just like run through it and not take any damage because it's only 2 seconds for each tick. Like with it being 1 second ticks, like pretty much if you run through an AoE, you're gonna at least take a tick of it. But now there's a good shot you can run through it and just take no damage. So that's kind of wonky. I don't know if I love that. That feels a little weird, and I'm sure it is better for performance. But that just doesn't feel super good. Like ground AoEs visually and the way they're presented, like and the way that they feel is like a persistent place on the ground. So like if I have a blockade or my unstable wall or my stampede or whatever it is, it's on the ground. Like visually, you look at that as a persistent ground effect. But really, it's more like if there was nothing on the ground, but every 2 seconds, spikes rise up out of the ground. 1, 2, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, like a spike trap almost. And so it doesn't really mesh with like what's actually going on. So I don't know. It's not a huge deal overall, like, but I think it feels worse than ticking once every second for sure. I mean, the damage, it doesn't matter. Like, damage can be adjusted. Yeah, I don't know. Feels a little strange. And I'm also interested, like, will dots all get like a tick on the very last second as well, like as they end? Because if they don't, you're gonna end up like with some, you want to reapply them 2 seconds early because they're not getting that last second tick. So I hope they're all standardized to get that tick on the last second. Most dots do. Like most of our dots we already have do that, but there are definitely some that don't do that. So I hope they all get that last second tick, especially with them being 2 seconds now. So that's one to keep an eye on for sure. Thank you, Zenkai. I appreciate that. Abilities now deal roughly 2 times the amount of damage that a normal spammable, such as Lava Whip or Concealed Weapon, would deal, up from 1.5 times the amount. So definitely, like, if you can get your ticks off, generally, if you can get at least half of your ticks off, it's going to be worth casting that dot over a spammable. So let's say, you know, if it deals twice as much damage as a spammable, if I get at least half the ticks, it was worth the same as me casting my spammable. So you want to at least get 10 seconds, hopefully more, but sometimes I just say stuff. Who knows what comes out of my mouth. But yeah, the damage from the DPS from the dots is going down some, but the overall damage you get per cast will be up. So in general, if you get all of your ticks from your dot, if I get all 20 seconds of my dot to hit, previously you'd have a 10-second dot, and then you'd have to recast that 10-second dot. And so you'd have that total damage there. Well, now you just have the 1 20-second dot, which leaves that recast space open that you normally would have recast that dot. So that's an extra ability you can cast now in that 20-second window, which would probably be another spammable cast. So when you add that spammable back into that 20-second dot, the damage should be about the same. Like you should be, it shouldn't be a damage loss. It shouldn't be a damage gain either, but it's not going to be a damage loss. However, if you don't get all of your ticks from the dot, if more mobile encounters, that's where it's going to start being a little more noticeable, and you'll notice your damage isn't quite where it was, because if you're having to replace your AoEs before the 20 seconds are up, then it's going to be I won't say a huge damage loss, but it's going to be noticeable. Let's see. And also, I don't know if they've mentioned it here, but you know, they said it's 2 times the amount of damage that a normal spammable would do. But what about like an execute? So longer dots when you go into execute. Let's say you're about to hit 25% and you lay down all your dots, and then you can start spamming your execute. Well, now your dots are going to last a lot longer, and you have more time to spam that execute. So in execute, I think the damage is actually going to go up from this change. It will be interesting to see. I think some of these 20-second dots might not be worth casting over an execute. Like, because if they only deal 2 times the amount of a normal spammable, how is that in relation to an execute? Is that, I feel like that's less. So that'll be interesting. You might just want to like lay all your dots as you're going into execute, and then spam your execute, and then there might just be like a select few abilities that you want to keep up after that. That's kind of what I'm taking away initially from this. It's gonna suck for VAS and VCR. Yeah, VAS, the immune phases are gonna hit well before your dots are done. That's for sure. Cloud Rest kind of depends. I feel like you'll just want to drop all your dots once and then just live with what Zamaja does. That seems about right. Yeah, Zalvaka will be interesting too. Zalvaka already has a pretty nasty DPS check for the hard modes that most groups just won't be able to hit. So now you're looking at a boss that ports around all the time, and you're going to get less damage on her from your dots. That's an interesting one. I think a lot of this stuff is single target dots for mobile fights. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, doesn't Zalvaka cleanse a lot of her dots though? And she cleanses. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that'll be interesting. I think, like, honestly, like, a lot of this stuff is not that big of a deal, but at the same time, you have a lot of encounters in the game that groups are just absolutely struggling to get through already. And so for those groups, for that portion of the player base, they're just like, holy crap, like, please leave me alone. We can't hit the checks already. We're like putting all of our sweat into trying to get through this, and now it's going to be harder. Meanwhile, your like very, very high-end groups are just like steamrolling every piece of content in the game. But unfortunately, in taking down their damage, you're also taking down the progression group's damage. So it can be painful across the board. So I think Finn and the team really need to keep an eye on a lot of these encounters that they've put hard DPS checks on. Stuff like Oshiltso, the first boss, Rockgrove hard mode, where in order to no death the fight, you just have to do lots of damage. There's no if, ands, or buts. Like, you just have to have really high DPS to not die in that fight. So, this is going to make it harder. That fight in particular, though, I think long dots are actually going to be pretty good on. Because you kind of, like, the enemies kind of just sit in their spots most of the time. I mean, you have your charges, but he comes right back to the spot. So I think long dots are actually not that bad for that fight. Zalvaka, though, definitely. The long dots are going to hurt. Nazare hard mode, need insane burst. Need burst. Oh, you're talking about for the little ads that spawn that you have to burst down. Yeah, I'd say that's a fairly decent DPS check in the game. It's not like the most brutal or anything, but it's definitely a DPS check that's gonna be a stumbling block for a lot of groups. Yeah, those ads that spawn on the edges of the room that blow up the room if you don't kill them in time. The big thing is, like, I noticed if I had Major Breach, it wasn't too bad. Trying to kill them without Breach was pretty sus. But yeah, with all your dots hitting for lower now, you do need a lot of upfront bursts to kill those things. So yeah, we'll see. It'll like I said, I'm okay with a lot of this stuff, but I think the devs are gonna have to keep their eyes peeled on a lot of these encounters that they've put these DPS checks on if they're gonna bring down the damage. Feel like this hurts mid-tier groups the hardest. Yeah, that's so far. I mean, I'm not even halfway through, but so far that's the vibe I'm getting, is that like the top end groups are gonna, like, it doesn't matter. It's the it's the like progression groups, the more mid to even like veteran groups that are like tackling some of the hardest hard modes in the game, you know, that are really struggling to get over that hump. That's who it's really going to hit the hardest. Always just burst nods and skip it. Yeah, aren't you cool? But yeah, let's go ahead and keep going, I guess. Most costs have been untouched, reducing the overall cost per second of these abilities by half. That's good. I mean, I'm glad they at least did that, so like when you do have to move your dots more, you're not just like brutally punished for it. That was good insight on their part to not just be like, oh, the dots last twice as long, let's make them cost twice as much. Yeah, that would have sucked really bad. So, hey, Funky, how's it going? Individual notes for affected abilities will be listed under their sourced skill lines. Okay. In this update, we are reevaluating our damage over time standards and cleaning up a lot of the power discrepancies between them, which are stagnating diversity of weapon choice in a lot of areas. Overall, we're trying to improve accessibility of damage production in the game while simultaneously lowering the overall maximum DPS potential when playing super efficiently. As such, we've made damage over time effects easier to keep up, in addition to more obvious winners in terms of damage production over a spammable, but now with the added caveat, they take longer to deal their damage. This will create situations where damage over time will have much more clear advantages and disadvantages, making them easier to decide when to use and to keep up or counter. Okay. Hey, thank you, King K with the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I think I probably turned my notifications back on now. It's kind of calmed down. So swap out an AoE ground up for Scalding Rune for AoE. Yeah, stuff like that I think is gonna be probably the play. You're just going to have to, like, adjust for the different encounters. Like, some of the ground AoEs are not going to be too good at 20 seconds. Yeah, when they say improve accessibility of damage production in the game, okay, I do think that these longer dots will help with that some, because it's going to be easier to manage and keep everything up. But they say while simultaneously lowering the overall maximum DPS potential when playing super efficiently. This isn't just that super efficient level that they're lowering. Like, this is hitting a lot of tiers of gameplay. Like, this is hitting, like, even like new trial groups that are just getting into like vet trials. Like, this is going to hit a pretty wide area of groups. But it seems to be presented as it's hitting like this select elite top end. when that's not really the case, it doesn't seem like. All right, we'll keep going though. Adjusted the power of player healing over time abilities in tandem with the damage over time changes. Single target healing over time abilities now heal for 1.5 times the damage of a spammable over their duration rather than 1.875. So single target is only 1.5 times. Area of effect are up to 2 times. So a little bit of a buff for the AoE ones, a little bit of a nerf for the single target ones. Nerf stuff from the top instead of buffing from the bottom. Yeah, that's what, so far, that's kind of how this feels, but it's like, it's not just the top. Like, if it was just, if it really only affected the very, very top end, that would be one thing, but it affects, like, like, if this is your top and this is your bottom, like, yeah, this little section here is, like, mostly unaffected, but, like, everything else is, like, all of that is affected. Okay, almost all these abilities will tick once every 2 seconds rather than 2 seconds if they were single target, 1 second if they're AoE. Okay, that's the same as the other ones. So that's going to be interesting too, like with ground AoE heals. It's like I need that tick. I need that tick. And you're like waiting 2 whole seconds on that tick from it, like if you're low health. So that'll definitely have an effect as well. Granted, those ticks should be a little better than they were. It's going to be less steady healing coming in. Almost all these abilities almost all these abilities will now last 10 seconds in duration, while some class skills have been increased to 20 seconds rather than varying durations between 8 and 10 seconds. Individual notes for affected abilities will be listed. Okay. All right, let me get a little water for this. All right. Since damage over time has been adjusted in this update, it means we need to reevaluate some of our healing standards as well to ensure they feel properly balanced against one another. In order to preserve the more reactive gameplay our healer and support roles fulfill, we opted to not make healing over time effects easier to keep up in most cases, with a few exceptions with class skills. Currently, healing over time feels significantly stronger than damage over time, and we're attempting to address that in a few ways. Sticky healing over time effects that apply to a character will now be weaker than before, while area-based healing over time will be ever so slightly stronger. The logic here is that area-based healing currently feels far riskier to engage with as it roots you to an area, making you more susceptible to burst and high damaging area of effect attacks. While single target healing effects can stack much easier now and allow for free range of movement. I mean, this all makes sense to me. Neither of the adjustments should make healing in PvE environments terribly difficult either, as there is an overabundance of overhealing in those encounters. Yes, but at the same time, there's still some nasty heal checks that Finn has been throwing into the game. So, while I get what they're saying, as I said earlier, I think they're going to need to look at some of this content that was already, this content that's already out of reach for the majority of the player base because of heal checks, because of DPS checks. And they're going to have to look at that and say, okay, if we're nerfing DPS, if we're nerfing healing, then maybe we need to revisit some of these DPS checks and heal checks, not because they can't be done, because obviously those elite level groups can do them, but because you know, with the way the game goes, it's kind of expected that as years go on, content that was once like kind of reserved for those uber elite groups will become more accessible through power creep as time goes on. So if they're taking out the power creep, they're going to have to revisit some of these encounters because there already are not very many groups that can do it. So you just got to think about that when you're nerfing this stuff down. Though that top end that you're trying to hit, they can still do it with any of this stuff. Like that, it doesn't matter. But those prog groups, those groups that are like barely hanging on, those are the ones that are going to feel it. They're going to feel it hard. It doesn't feel good a year down the road from a piece of content to struggle with it more than you did a year ago, you know. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it won't be that bad. But just based off everything I've seen so far, that's kind of the direction we're moving in. Exactly. They should stop designing encounters with creep in mind if they're going after the creep. Exactly. One or the other. I think it's fine to design the encounters with the creep in mind if the creep keeps coming. So then 2 years down the road, you know, Rock Grove hard mode is now more accessible to groups that they couldn't previously meet those DPS checks. But if you're not going to do that, which is also fine, if you're going to tone down the power, no problem with that. But you have to look at those encounters that were designed with the power creep in mind. Creep made older trials a natural progression for new players. Exactly. And there is kind of that progression with trials because of that. You know, you have your Craglorns, you have Maw of Lorcage, Halls of Fabrication, you know, like you don't need really high DPS for a lot of these encounters now. Power creep has kind of made those more accessible. So we need to be careful with this kind of stuff with some of the newer content. Because there's already like I think I looked it up in the Deadlands on ESO logs. There were like 600 characters on NA on ESO logs that had done Rock Grove hard mode, and Deadlands was like a 4-month long patch. I mean, I granted, like, not everyone logs, but most people that are doing hard modes of Rock Grove are logging. Let's be real. And the groups that are hiding their logs are on the leaderboard, so they're going to be on there too. So, like, maybe there was a couple of characters that didn't make the list, but there was like 600 characters, not accounts. There were 600 characters on ESO logs that did Rock Grove hard mode in all of the Deadlands patch. So that's, you know, a lot of those characters were the same account. So, like, you know, a lot of people maybe did it on 3-4 different characters. Like, maybe they tanked it, and maybe they healed it, and maybe they DPS'd it. So, like, the amount of accounts that actually... And this is just clearing the hard mode. This isn't Planesbreaker. This is just clearing the hard mode. So when you have numbers like this, groups that can get through this content, and a lot of it is due. I mean, Basai is definitely a speed bump for most groups. But even groups that can get past Basai, Zalvaka is another one because of DPS checks. So you start nerfing damage down, and you already have like so few groups that can even get through this. It's just like, it doesn't feel like it's making things more accessible. It feels like it's making things less accessible. While the top end that they're targeting, they're going to be fine. So Anyways, we kind of got through the dot changes. So it looks like everything that was once 10 seconds is now 20. Ticks every 2 seconds instead of 1, which, to reiterate, I'm not a huge fan of. It doesn't feel natural to have some persistent ground effect, but it's actually only ticking every 2 seconds. That doesn't feel like it lines up with the visuals. I'm not a fan of that. Overall, the 20-second thing is not the end of the world. I think it can be okay in some situations for sure. And then the healing, it doesn't seem like a huge deal, but it does seem like it is toned down some. So that'll be interesting to see how we can deal with that. This is PTS, yeah. It's not live on either yet. Love that 600 people are determining the difficulty level of the game. Yeah, Soldier, it doesn't feel good. It feels like, it just feels like too much. And I really wish there was something like some real solid like rewards for leaderboards for trials, so that, you know, that wouldn't necessarily have to be like those very tip top groups. Like, you wouldn't have to make the content necessarily only for them when it comes out. And there was like something beyond that for getting those good scores that was like they actually wanted to be on the leaderboards for, other than bragging rights, to kind of like give that extra level above it, you know? Because I agree, like, you know, that many people clearing stuff is like, it's really low. I mean, I know it's a hard mode. It should be hard. I'm far from saying like your casual like overland quester should be able to go in and take out Rockgrove hard mode. That's not what I'm saying. But it is really frustrating when you have lots of veteran players that are actually like good at the game. They're, you know, you have players they're very solid ESO players. They know what they're doing. They know what abilities they're slotting. They have the gear. They know how to do a rotation. They know how to do this stuff. But they still just cannot get through the content because of some of these checks that are put into place. It's just too much, in my opinion. It's just too much. And I know some people that can get through it also agree with me. Like, I've cleared Rockgrove hard mode, but I still feel this way about it. But I know like some people that are in, you know, that upper like few hundred players of the game, they like where that is, and they like that it's at a level that it's kind of like only the elite can get through it. And I totally get that opinion too. I'm not saying that they shouldn't feel that way. It's kind of cool. I get it's kind of cool for them because there's a lot more prestige behind it when very few people can do it. But I also don't think it's very healthy for the game to have it locked to only like such a small amount of the player base. But I hope that makes sense. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next section here. I am a bit concerned overall with how the combat balance and the encounters play in with each other for the overall health of the future of raiding in ESO, but I mean, ultimately we'll have to see how this plays out. One of my guild's progs have been able to fully clear VDSR. Only one of my guild's progs have been able to fully clear VDSR. Don't even want to think the hard modes are like. Yeah, the hard modes are rough. I do like with Dreadsail that they have put more emphasis on mechanics and less on DPS checks. There are DPS checks there, but they're not like with Rockgrove where those are like the fight. You know, they're a smaller piece of the puzzle, but like the mechanics are the main chunk that are hard, and you have to get through those mechanics. So I do like that about Dreadsail. I think that it's definitely a step in the right direction. Whether it's still too hard for your ordinary groups, I don't know. I mean, I have seen a lot of successful VDSR runs. I don't know a number on that, but for a vet trial, it is very tough. I mean, it's definitely the hardest vet trial, but at least it is hard because of the difficult mechanics rather than the DPS checks. So I'll give them that. All right, we got target dummies adjusted. Finally, praise. Besides the witches on Teleria that one shot if you don't kill them on top. Yeah, you have those. You have your reparts on the second boss. You have, boss 1 is kind of like you can go slow and steady, and the fight might take a while, but you can kind of take your time with it. But it's very mechanic heavy, which I really like. You have your typical like portal away mechanics in the trial that have some DPS checks in them, but they're not anything like too intense. And you can also send more people to do them if you need to. So yeah, I think those are in a much better place than the Rock Grove DPS checks for sure. All right, let's look at these though. We're Creative says the target dummy changes are bad because they hide the DPS changes. We'll see. Adjusted the Crusher enchant on target dummies to mirror an infused value rather than infused plus Torug's pack. That makes sense. That no one hardly uses Torug's in trials, and it's a trial dummy. So Engulfing Flames now maxes the proper 6% value down from the old 10%. Alkosh is now the 6,000 up from the old 3010. Attackers now gain minor courage and major slayer. I think I get what you're saying, Creative. It's gonna make it look like our DPS is probably like evened out, even though it's actually gone down. So I do follow what you're saying there. I think overall though, these are very good changes. Like the dummy, especially for newer players that are first hitting on the dummy. It's so hard to understand what the hell is going on with the target dummy, with the trial dummy in particular, because it's like it has so many like random buffs and debuffs, and then oh by the way, the Alkosh value on that's the one from like a year and a half ago, by the way. Like but you just kind of have to know that, like it's so overall I think this is very good that they did it. I do see what you're saying about how it's gonna kind of mask some of the nerfs, which is concerning a bit, but I do think this makes it overall more. I think it's easier to set up for and to be more applicable, like with real content setups, versus like the way it was before, where you would build for a dummy in a way that was it shared no similarity with how you would actually build for a boss fight. Like there was certain debuffs that were present. You didn't have that combination anywhere. So now this is like more of an actual like real scenario of debuffs that you would run into. And I don't know. I think that's a win overall. It's just going to make it a lot easier to understand what you need to do when you practice on the trial dummy. So, still no EC on the trial dummy. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That definitely makes medium armor users stand out a little, especially with Alkosh as well. Having no EC makes medium armor users, they already shine more than light armor, but that's gonna make them shine even more so than they might, because yeah, I think that would be something that I would add to that as well. I think if they added EC, they could probably call it good, and that would be like at least like a good chunk of the major things there. Yeah, I'm in agreement there. And that would make light at least like have that going for them. Whereas now, like with these changes, it's kind of just like there's no reason, like there's just no reason to do light armor on the dummy. Medium's just gonna destroy it. And even with EC, medium would be better on the dummy. But at least with EC, like that would give light armor like something that it would have in a raid. So overall, great changes to the target dummy. But let's read what they said. This may create a situation where your damage seems to have gone up in comparison to other patches, when in reality it is merely closer to a coordinated group environment where these powerful bonuses were being brought. We have tried to focus on important buffs and debuffs that we see a large majority of groups build around, rather than every possible buff and debuff, as many of them are not able to be ran in tandem with one another or require more specific builds to be brought to a composition. Yeah, I totally agree. They don't need like every buff and debuff on it. I think EC though is like EC's pretty standard. Like pretty much if you have a raid group, you like 90% of the time you have EC going. Yeah, they said we've tried to focus on important buffs and debuffs that we see a large majority of groups build around, and I would say EC definitely qualifies as that. So that would be the one area I would improve on what they've done here, but overall it's still very much ahead of where it was before. So good changes there. Fixed an issue where some pet-based attacks were not properly interacting with stealth. Hey, see you later, Ake. Enjoy your dinner. All right. Empower. We saw this on that set earlier. This buff now increases light and heavy attack damage by 1800 rather than 40%. Again, we look at our light and heavy attacks. Our melee light attacks deal 2250. 2250 minus 225 is 20. So ranged light attacks deal. Oh, y'all can't see that. I have my calculator up, but ranged light attacks deal 2025 and melee 2250. So you look at Empower here, you're almost doubling your light attack damage, especially with ranged light attacks. That's a massive increase to your base light and heavy attack damage. Like when you're sitting at just over 2k, but you get another 1800 from Empower. Like, and again, Empower is one of those buffs that like your really good groups are going to have high uptimes on, and then your, mid-tier to even like more experienced veteran groups that just aren't quite at that like elite range, that you're not going to really have much uptime on Empower at all. And so this already is going against their whole skill gap thing that they're introducing by nerfing the light attacks, because like you're almost doubling your damage with Empower from your light and heavies. So I don't like this. I feel like if they're gonna take the light and heavies down, it doesn't make a lot of sense to add a lot of like really min-maxy kind of ways to bring them back up. Like, this would be fine if light and heavy attacks were their old value. Because this would be like less of a percent of your overall like damage that you're increasing it by. And so then like groups that could get like 80% in power up time versus groups getting like 30%, it's not that big of a difference. But now it's like, okay, you're almost doubling your light attacks with this. So I don't, on first glance, I mean, I got a lot more to read through still. Like, I'm going to keep saying that because I want to get through it all before I like really try to like pick apart each of these things. But this kind of seems to go against that whole section up here. But we will move on. We are on to Dragonknights now. Fiery Breath increased the duration of this ability. It's more to 20 seconds, up from 10. Reduce the damage per tick by approximately 17%. Okay, so that, I mean, that's kind of a... Overall, the damage is... I mean, it's kind of what they said already. Damage per cast is higher. Damage per tick is lower. Gallenmo is always done. 5-piece set for what Necro can do with one ability. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of stuff like that. Empowering Change. Increase the duration to 10 seconds, up from 3. Lava Whip. Molten Whip. This morph now causes the ability to split the cost to half stamina and half magicka. Reduce the stacking damage bonus to 20% per stack, down from 33%. Increase the weapon and spell damage up to 100, up from 75. The weapon and spell damage portion of Seething Fury is no longer consumed when using Molten Whip. That's pretty interesting change. So a little toned down on the really strong whips, so you're only going to get that max of 60% instead of 100% additional whip damage. So not quite as much for your max whip hits, but you're going to keep that now 300 weapon and spell damage. That seems pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. That seems like a good change. I might be a little biased as a DK main. But yeah, I'll trade off a little bit of my whip damage to not drop my weapon and spell damage every time I used it. Akastanza does not play DK, it seems. Let's see. To help this ability become more available to hybrid builds, we've opted to take a very unique route with the ability where the cost is now split evenly between magicka and stamina. In doing so, we hope to see more unique interactions with the skill, as well as aiding more stamina-focused Dragonknights in sustaining the skill. I think that's pretty cool. It's unique. We don't have abilities in the game that really cost stamina and magicka. So, is that feasible for a Stam DK to use that as a spam? Yeah, it was already feasible in the past. So this just makes it more feasible. You know, like as it is right now on live, if you build very, very stamina heavy on a Stam DK, you can just squeak by using whip. But it's really hard to sustain. So now with it costing half stamina, half magicka, it's going to be much easier for a stamina Dragonknight to still use their main class spammable, which I think is a cool direction to go with it. happens if you run out of one resource, so does the rest go? I probably just can't use the ability, I would imagine. If you don't have one of the resources, I would imagine you can't cast it at all. Yeah, that's I so far this seems pretty cool for DKs. Will the duration of the thing like engulfing be 20 seconds flat, or the duration from the passive? We need to read on. I haven't got to any passives yet, so we'll have to see. Searing Heat reduced the damage done bonus from this passive to 25%, down to Searing Heat reduced the damage done bonus from this passive to 25% down. I think this means down from 33%. Wait, I'm I'm confused. Oh, I'm reading it wrong. Oh no, I'm not reading it wrong. It's not a damage done bonus. It's a duration bonus. Okay, I see. So increases the damage over time increases, yeah, okay. So it increased it by 4 seconds. Wait. I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself. Okay, so the duration is not changed. Apologies. I'm there now. I'm there. I'm with it now. Okay. The duration is still 4 seconds. The damage from these abilities, Fiery Breath, Searing Strike, and Dragonknights Standard, now they get increased by 25% from this passive rather than 33%. But the duration is still 4 extra seconds from the passive. All right, I think we're good now. I was a little confused by the wording, but I think we're okay. So yeah, it looks like maybe your standard's going to do a little less damage. It's hard to tell because they adjusted the damage there as well. So I think we're just going to have to look at the tooltips and see what kind of damage some of these abilities are doing now. It's hard to say, but they should last 24 seconds. Yeah, this is going to last 24 seconds now, the Fiery Breath. Searing Strike is also going to last 24 seconds now. Yeah, that's those are some long dots. Those are some long dots. Dang, that's like more than what you got back with Elfbane back in the day. All right, increase the amount of healing this morph allows up to 100% of the damage caused, up from 50. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. They're just bringing it back up since the damage from the ticks are going down. So they're bringing it back to 100%. Yeah, because the damage is lower from each tick. So now if they left the 50%, the healing would be pretty garbage. All right, Venomous Claw. This morph now increases damage done per tick by 9 to 12%, down from 17 to 20, as it now stacks up for longer to a higher value. Interesting. So let's look at Venomous Claw real quick. I keep forgetting you have to capitalize this stuff now. All right, so right now, every 2 seconds it ticks for 14 seconds, dealing 20% more damage every 2 seconds. So what does that get up to? 140% more damage for the last tick. somewhere in there. 120, 140%. Depending on how many ticks there are. I can't remember. So now it's going to be 12% instead of 20%, but you're going up to 24 seconds. So it seems like roughly topping out around the same area, maybe. Maybe topping out slightly higher. Would the dot changes make VCR portal easier? Maybe, yeah. Just lay your dots. I guess it depends on how you load it up. If you had enough dots to like spread out. Possibly though. Like with DK, you can apply these dots to multiple targets. So you could run around and like put these DK dots, whereas other dots can only be applied to one target. And then like if you try to apply it somewhere else, it just removes it. So yeah, depending on what you load it up with, that could make portals a bit easier, I'd say. Okay, I think all this is whatever. This is fine. We'll have to look at. We'll just have to look at it and see what kind of damage it ticks up to. But seems kind of on par with what it is. I don't think they're really like going after any of these abilities to like vastly change like where they fall in their spectrum of DPS levels. It seems like they're just adjusting it to kind of like fit in with the new durations. So. All right, we'll move on to Draconic Power, Dark Talons. Reduce the cost of this ability and Burning Talons to 3780, down from 4050, to help them be slightly more accessible in usability and to better account for the fact that the immobilized may fail in many cases. So it seems like this is still going to be 4 seconds. So that'll be an interesting deviation still from like the long timers that you have with the DK. You'll still have and it's cheaper now. It's going to be a little easier to manage. So having a 4-second skill is going to definitely help with what could have been a bit of monotony with just having a bunch of really long dots for DK. And you don't have to run Dark Talons, but it's definitely a strong AoE option for sure. Even single target, if you can't sustain it, it's still really good damage.
Thank you very much for the follow.
You don't like that for arenas like Maelstrom where you have to destroy the crystals? You know, I think that those will be fine though overall, because like really a lot of that is laying dots and running around anyway, so they'll just be ticking for longer. I don't think that'll be a huge deal there. At least people run executes again. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing from this. You're gonna have a lot of time to hit your executes. I think they're gonna be pretty important. Thanks for all the follows, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's been a crazy day so far. Appreciate all the support. Inhale. Reduce the cost of this to 3510. Oh, that's another one of their like staple AoE abilities. Originally, this was higher in cost to account for the fact that its initial hit damaged and healed. But since these values are each half of an area of effect based attack, it wasn't gaining additional ability functionality, which dictates cost. So we're easing it back to make up for this oversight. Yeah, the cost of these two abilities were kind of a pain point for sure, especially before the combustion nerf. They were like whatever, you know, like combustion was so OP. Follower count went up by like 200. I know, it's been crazy. I think we're gonna hit 10k followers today. Holy crap. Actually, I need to look. It's we were already really close.
Thank you very much for the follow.
I don't know anything about Twitch. I don't even know where to look. Whatever. We got to be close though. I think I was at like 9,800.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Yeah, thank you everybody for all the follows. It's really appreciated.
Thank you very much for the follow.
All right. Says 10.2k now. Oh, wow. Well,
Very much for the follow.
I guess I've had like 400 new follows from that raid today. Holy crap. That's actually insane. Yeah, it was definitely at 9,800 before
Very much for the follow.
before I started streaming today. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Thank you everybody. This is, I mean, I love doing these. This is so much fun for me, so like
For the follow.
there's not really much I can think of I'd rather be doing right now. So it's a win-win. Skinny's happy place. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for the subscribe.
Hey.
Thanks for the subscribe.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the 4 months. And I forget, is it Camise? I feel like we've we've been down this road before. Okay, cool. Got it right. Hey Sean, I will remind me. I will get the cat in a little bit. I got to keep going with this though, or else I'm never gonna get through it all. I did make the sub song. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hi. Thanks for the subscribe.
Let's keep reading. Okay, Kegwan. I got you. We'll keep going.
Thanks for the subscribe.
I'm sorry to hold you up, Kegwan. We'll keep going. Thank you for the grats on the 10k, and thank you, Felician. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, that's crazy. 9805 to 10230 in one day. All right, let's move on. Protective plate. Increase the duration of the snare and immobilization immunity to 4 seconds up from 2. Okay, so they're making this a little more stand out a little bit more as a morph. Spiked armor. This ability and its morphs now deal flame damage rather than magic damage. Okay, so not a big change. Those scale with your resistances. They changed them to scale with your resistances, so as a DPS, not really a huge deal there, but a little bit more damage from them now since you get a boost to flame damage. Can't resist the hype train. Thank you, Nolandia. Welcome in, Pew Pro. Thanks for that gifted sub. I appreciate it. All right, volatile armor. Increase the duration of the damage over time to 20 seconds, up from 10. Okay, so the dot will now last as long as the buff, I guess. I think the armor lasts 20 seconds as well, right? So that'll line up now. Reduce the damage. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Holy crap!
Thanks for the subscribe.
Y'all are crazy.
Thanks for
Thank you
the
so much.
subscribe. Oh yeah.
How are you doing, Shima? Thanks for the gifted sub. All right, we're gonna keep going. Lots of DK changes so far. I really like the whip change. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really unique idea with that. I think that's fun. And then the cost reduction on Dark Talons and Inhale is very nice as well. It's gonna make them feel a lot better to play for sure.
Hi.
Holy crap!
Thanks for the subscribe. Hi. Thanks for the subscribe. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Nina. Appreciate it. 12 months. Oh, it's been a whole year now. Awesome. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. Whip change. The whip change, real quick, is it now costs half stamina, half magicka instead of magicka. It doesn't hit quite as hard at max stacks, only 60% extra damage at 3 stacks, but it doesn't consume your Seething Fury stacks anymore. So you keep your weapon and spell damage, and you get 300 now instead of 225. So yeah, it's pretty dope. Pretty good. Really should follow. Thank you for all the follows as well, guys. Thank you. This ability and its morphs now lasts 20 seconds, up from 15. And I think there's a passive that extends this as well. So that's going to also be longer. These abilities now take every 2 seconds rather than every 1. We've talked about this. I'm not a fan of this. I think it feels weird for ground AoEs to only take every 2 seconds. Feels awkward to me. It's not the end of the world, but it's kind of whatever. Kuro! Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Thanks for the support, everyone. Increase the cost per tick. That makes sense. Hey! Thank you, Saint. This ability in Cinderstorm now take 1 extra time over their duration. Increase the healing per tick by approximately 88%. Reduce the cost. Okay, so Eruption gets a little bit reduced cost. And increase the damage per tick by a little bit. Yeah, overall, it's hard to say if it's a small buff for DKs, because we got to like look at what all the other classes got. Some of the changes are kind of like, there's so much to them, it's hard to tell if it's like better or worse overall. The whip change is definitely awesome. I really like that. So hi with the 13 months. Thank you so much. It is awkward, yeah. I agree, Rob. But yeah, I mean, in theory, it should be better on performance. Thank you, Pi. Appreciate y'all. Let's see. Okay, moving on to Molten Weapons. Igneous. This now extends the duration to 60 seconds, up from 45. So nice longer. It was already pretty long. Molten Armaments. This morph now grants the caster Empower for the duration of the effect, rather than increasing the damage of their heavy attacks by a unique value. Well, that's Those heavy attack PvP DKs. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Yeah, Empower, though, to a heavy now is not that huge of an increase. It's only 1,800. Or I guess it's a little more than that for a heavy, but... Or no, I think it's set to light and heavies. Yeah. Now increases light and heavy attack damage by 1,800 rather than by 40%. And yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a nice solo thing, probably. You'll give yourself your major sorcery and brutality. You'll give yourself your minor if you hit it every 20 seconds. Although you'll get that from other skills anyways. And Empower is going to be very nice to have if no one is giving that to you. For sure. So probably nice to have it if you don't have anyone in the group. Otherwise, you just don't need to really worry about this ability. Petrify. This ability is morphs now deal flame damage rather than magic damage. Interesting. They're just going all in on the flame for DK. I'm okay with that. That's nice. Coming from someone who got hit with a 30k heavy in BGs yesterday, thank God. Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty nasty. Yeah, I'm still on DK. I know. It is what it is. It is what it is. I love me some DKs. Hey, Clash. Don't let them hurt my Necro. I mean, this patch about Necros, I'm going
Don't let
to...
M hurt my Necro. Oh, great and wise skinny.
Birdie with the 4 months. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for the subscribe. Oh yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to sound this patch about Necros like the DK haters sounded last patch. Because, like, Necros have just been too good this patch. I'm sorry. They're just too good. I know the Necro players don't want to admit it, just like as a DK last patch. I didn't want to admit it, that my DK was overpowered because I was enjoying it so much. But yeah, now it's y'all's turn to feel the pain. But yeah, we'll go through it. I honestly have no idea what's even here. I might just be talking out of my ass. So, Boneyard disability. Smurfs now tick every 2 seconds over 20 seconds rather than every second over 10. Increase the damage per tick by approximately 21%. Fix an issue where this ability's bonus visual effects for consuming a corpse would fail to play. Okay. Death Nail. This passive now increases your crit chance by 8% instead of 4. Hey, that's pretty cool. Necro Execute is going to be back on the table. That's pretty cool. You're going to be able to 8, 16, 24, 32. You're going to be able to get pretty high execute damage. Pretty high. Like, you're going to be able to get pretty high crit chance. That'll be nice for sure. Passive now increases your damage down with damage over time effects by 10%, down from 15. Honestly, keep the buffs coming. Thanks, Clash. Thank you, guys. Honestly, if anyone is against this nerf,
Choo choo hype hands one. There we go. Keep the buffs coming.
thank you, Clash. If anyone's against this, it was too strong. 15% to all your dots, like, it was so strong. Like, holy crap. So yeah, you did take a hit here. For sure. But this is nice. You're going to be able to build in a way to have really nice execute damage now. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's more interesting as a class than just having a flat, like, dot damage boost to carry you. Like, 10% to all your dots is still really good. Like, that's still a really, really good passive. But, you know, you got more crit chance. That's going to be nice, too. It's 4%. 2% is, or I'm sorry, it's 8%. The 4 is if you only have 1 point in your passive. Yeah, so up an additional 4% for each ability versus what it is right now. It's pretty good. Yeah, I like this direction a lot more than where they were. Yes, you got nerfed some, but it's it is what it is. It was too strong. I'm sorry, Necros. I know you don't want to hear it from me, but all hell DKs. No. I think based on what I've seen so far, this is fine. Like, you gained some, you lost some. Shocking Siphon. This ability and its morphs now take every 0.666 over 20 seconds rather than once every 0.333 over 12. Increase the damage per tick. Okay, so just like the other abilities. Skeletal Mage. Dang, they are really going to 20 with like everything. I'm not a big fan of that.
Thank you very much for the follow.
I wish there was a little more variance. It's like, oh, I mean, yeah, DK had some variance because of their unique passives, but I don't think I like how, like, so many things are just all going to 20. I mean, it's definitely going to make for some, like, really straightforward rotations. But I think players that have, like, mastered, like, the dynamic rotations of, like, all these varying timers on abilities, I think this is going to feel pretty boring for them. But it's one of those things, again, where it's like 5% of the players feel like the rotation's more boring, but like other people like it more because they can perform better with the rotation. It's tough. Being in the developer's shoes, those are tough calls, you know, because like, yeah. Hey, thanks, Altmer, for the
Easier
bits.
rotation now.
Yeah, easier rotation for sure. I do wish, I mean, if the dots are going to be long, that's one thing, but I do wish there was a bit more variance. Like, have like 20 seconds, have one that's 25 seconds, have one that's 18, have like 24. You know what I mean? Like, so that they still can be done in like a way that's not just like line up all the 20-second dots and then spam. But I'm gonna have to sit with this one for a bit. This is hey, thank you, Reaper. I appreciate that. If you DC, you can reconnect before your dots expire. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I don't think the longer dots are the end of the world, but I do wish there was a little more variability. The good thing is though, we do still have, so like on DK for example, you'll have your Flames of Oblivion is still at 15. You have your Dark Talons still at 4 seconds. So you have some like some other stuff in between your longer dots. Whereas it looks like everything on Necro so far is just 20 seconds. I mean, Blast Bones is not. Blast Bones is every third, but yeah, besides Blast Bones, it's just like, it's like Blast Bones dot dot, Blast Bones dot dot, Blast Bones dot dot, Blast Bones spam spam, 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 or something like that. Dang, I might be able to actually do a Necro rotation pretty well now. You just fell asleep listening to... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think for the experienced players that have actually gotten used to these really dynamic rotations with all these different timers, this is going to be like you're parsing and you're like, But for a lot of other players, being able to lay your dots and then focus on your spams, it's going to make you be able to focus on the content a lot more, on the mechanics, and be able to still deal respectable damage while handling the mechanics, because you don't have as much to keep up with and worry about. And so to that end, I think like damage levels in some content for people will go up, because it will just be easier for them to do these rotations while they engage in the content. Unfortunately, that doesn't help the prog groups that are already like a notch above that level. Yeah. I mean, I'm personally, I'm not a fan of this change, but I'm trying to keep an open mind about the overall player base and how they might feel about this. Like, one of the things I thought was really fun about the combat is, you know, some fights it was pretty tricky to keep up your dots as they're running out and place your spambles at the right times and handle all that on all different timers while you're also handling the mechanics. And this is gonna definitely make that a lot easier. I think this is actually good for a lot of players. I know the high-end players are not gonna like this, but like for the majority of the player base, they're just not gonna like. Most of the player base don't play this game like I play, like the amount of time that I put into this game, or the amount of time that a lot of you put into this game, and like really like go all in, like most players are just like not ever gonna take it to that level. And I think I really do think this does make some of the content a little bit easier to do and maintain your damage levels while you're doing it. So I do the light attack thing, I think they're off base with. Whether I like this or not, whether I personally like am a fan of this change or not, I do think this at least is in line with what their goals are. You know, I think this is at least like, this at least matches up with what they're saying they want to do. It makes sense. If I'm laying down 20-second dots and then just have to spam until they're run out, that's going to be a lot easier to like focus on the mechanics of a veteran trial or a veteran hard mode trial than if I'm like keeping up with all these random timers. I mean, it makes sense. Is it more fun for the veteran players that have learned it the way it was? Probably not. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to get right for everyone. Mag Sork main, they're pushing you closer more and more to just quitting. I'm gonna get to Sork. We'll get to Sork soon. We'll see what they got going on there. Sork actually looks like it might be the hardest rotation. If Prey is, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know. I don't want to say anything about it yet. Okay, so we got all these necro things so far. I think the crit chance one's really cool. I like seeing them. That's going to be fun to see your damage like it used to just kind of like skyrocket and execute again. That'll be fun. The dot damage, it needed to come down, honestly. It was, in my opinion, it was too high. I think this is, whether you like it or not, I think it was a good change. And then all the 20-second dots so far, that's kind of everything else we've gone through with Necro. I think some people are going to love that, and some people are going to absolutely hate that. So...
hi. Thanks for the subscribe. Hi.
Yeah, Mish, for sure. Different people play the game in much different ways, and that's great. And the devs have a very tough job of trying to keep, like Gilliam said, keep that mastery level still intact somewhat, but also open up the accessibility to more people that don't necessarily like live in Tamriel and live in trials. You know, like I know some of you people in chat here, I see you on ESO runs pugging trials every day. Like I know you live in those trials. You know, it's in fair enough. There should be reward for pushing yourself to that point where you can master these rotations, but it's tough. It's tough because you have a lot of people to keep in mind with it. Dova Reborn, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I was in the middle of a line there and I didn't want to like stop because my brain can't find itself when I stop. So thank you very much though. You live in dungeons? Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying, War Chief. And I don't want him to dumb things down too much either. This is one of those things I think we'll have to wait and see. But just that my initial impressions is that Necro so far feels like it's going to be a little bit boring for those that have mastered the previous Necro rotations. For those that are like not into Necros, it might not be yet, but the sky is falling. Thanks for the bits, Clash. Ooh, I'm hungry. I need to keep going.
The sky is falling. Hash make Necros great again.
All right, restoring tether. We already did that. Spirit Mender. Oh no, we didn't. But that's the same as the other tether. Oh wait, I skipped a bunch of stuff, didn't I? Sorry, guys. Hungry Scythe. Oh, here we go. I was hoping this morph would get a buff, because after the other morph got buffed, I was like, okay, the other morph kind of seems like crap now. The healing over time now lasts 10 seconds and ticks once every 2 seconds rather than lasting 5 seconds. Oh, that's not really that much of a buff. Oh, but it's more of your max health now. So overall, more healing, just spread out more. Yeah, that might be a little bit of a buff to that. What do y'all think? I don't really necro tank, so it seems like a little bit of a buff. Like you only get it every other second, but you get more overall since it was 2% and now it's over 6%. Reject necromancy, embrace jabs mania. Let's see. Grave Grasp. Minor Maim now lasts 10 seconds, up from 5. This one now makes it last 15 seconds, up from 7. And then Empowering and empowers 10 seconds, up from 5. Okay, so this is kind of like when I was talking about Empower earlier. I was like, I want to kind of like not pick this apart too much until I see the whole set of notes here. But this is definitely a lot easier to keep up now at 10 seconds, up from 5. Empower for pets now increases their damage and healing potency by a flat 1,000 rather than 40%. The Empower can now target blast bones as well. 1,000 extra base damage on the tooltip of blast bones is pretty nice. I skipped Skeletal Mage. Did I? Thought I... Oh, you know what? I just read the first line of Skeletal Mage and I didn't go beyond that. I was gonna say I remember it being 20 seconds now, but yeah, I didn't read the morphs. Okay, reduce the cost. Okay, that's nice. And increase the radius of the splash to 5 meters. Increase the damage done. Okay, so I like this too. This reinforces this one as an AoE morph, bigger AoE. This reinforces this as a single target morph. More damage per stack. That's Skeletal Archer's pretty strong for single target damage. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Yeah, this looks pretty nutty. Overall, Necros, I'm not seeing the Rest in Peace Necros. Like they seem like they would feel pretty good. Now, maybe Rest in Peace the rotation that you enjoyed on Necros, but yeah. I think overall though, I think what Zoss has said, they want to do this, a lot of this is actually going to work towards accomplishing that. Now, the light and heavy attack stuff is kind of weird, especially with Empower essentially doubling your light attack base damage. So, like, having somebody do this... Now, granted, it is easier to keep up. It's 10 seconds instead of 5 for Empower. You leaving? It's easier to keep up for sure, but you're still gonna have a lot of groups that just are not or that are more casual and don't even have this hardly up at all. But 10 seconds is definitely an improvement there for reliability. Oh my god, you have a girlfriend. My wife, but yeah. She's my girlfriend too. I play video games and I have a girlfriend. I know, it's crazy. It's unheard of. Yeah, we've been together for 11 years almost. Married for almost 3 years. So long time. A glitch in the Matrix. I have a wife and a girlfriend. Don't tell my wife. You think this changes make hard modes clearable by casuals? Not following the argument. I think a certain level of gameplay in ESO, like a certain how do I word it? A certain skill level within ESO, certain portion of the player base is damaged. Let's not talk about the light attack stuff, but with these changes to the dots and just how much easier handling a rotation is going to be while you're doing content, I do think they're going to see their damage probably go up. I think for a lot of people, you'll see your damage go up from the dots. Because it's just like, it's going to be so much easier to manage. Like, I think a lot of people, they get into content as a lesser experienced DPS, and they have all these different dot timers, and they're trying to like keep them up. And ultimately, they're just not really doing a very good job of it while they're also tackling content. You know, you often see it. Like, I've seen, let's take Teleria, for example, the final boss in Dreadcell Reef. I often see lesser experienced players when she does the Winter Storm phase. Like, when you're like having to go around her in circles, I see a lot of players like either outright just stop DPSing or like really like barely do their rotation there. So like stuff like this is just, it's going to be so much easier to manage. You know, you put down all your dots on that, for example, and you can just run around spamming around in a circle. So absolutely, for some players, their damage will increase because of changes like this. Maybe not much on a dummy, because like maybe just standing still on a dummy, they could manage their dots at least somewhat well. But you look at in actual content, when you're having to run around, you're having to not get hit by slams, you're having to pay attention to this and that. A lot of people are letting their dots fall off really bad, and you know, this just allows for a lot more wiggle room. Again, I'm not saying personally I prefer this. I'm just saying I think this lines up with what Zoss has said their goals are. So I'm holding out my personal judgment until we get all the way through it. But so far, what I've seen with all of the dot changes, the lengths, all the class changes so far, it lines up. The light attack stuff is still weird to me, but maybe it'll make more sense later. Maybe it will make more sense later. Personally, you think it's shit, but you can understand the changes. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from as someone who has put in the time to master these rotations. I get where you're coming from. Hey, Richard, Remind me when I'm through the patch notes, because otherwise I'm never gonna get through these. All right, we gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. All right, we talked about Arcanist and Archer. I think those are good changes. We talked about Scythe. It seems like a little bit better for tanks now. Grave Grasp. We talked about these already. I think we were just on Spirit Mender. Reduce the healing per tick by approximately 48%. Okay. That's pretty big. Fix an issue where this ability and its morphs could sometimes lose a tick of healing when cast. Oh, interesting. I wonder if like your summon was like depending on like where the summon is like at as he summons in, if you just don't get a tick. Spirit Guardian. Fix an issue where the transfer damage from this morph was not applying to the Guardian's health. Circumventing the risk of the ability ending early in situations you are taking significant amount of damage over the durations. It will not die after absorbing 3,000 damage. What? Oh, okay, I see. 30,000 damage to you. 3,000 to him. Okay, I thought it meant 3,000 to you. I was like, what? That's like one hit. But I mean, for a tank, this is one hit also. Damn, that got nuked. Yeah, this is really low. That's really low. But I guess like, yeah. It's interesting. Either morph because of the halved heal, 30k damage is 2 bleed ticks from besides. Yeah. Yeah, this is that's a lot. Hey Finn. Hey Finn. Basai. Big damage on tanks. Gilliam and company, they're taking away our heals and reductions. Help. Please. Yeah, that seems a little low to me. 30k. That's that's pretty small. They took our jobs, yeah. But yeah, that's Necro. I mean, overall, I think there's a lot of good stuff here. This was nuked. But you know, I think a lot of people are not going to enjoy the Necro rotation that mastered the previous one, and I think their damage is going to be okay still. And a lot of good changes overall. This is the only one I'm really kind of like, what? This is you're equipping 7 spammables. Talk to him. Yeah, maybe I might have to send a message over to Finn. Or maybe I'll get Code to do it. I know Code bugs him a lot. Stampede's doing 3k DPS. Oh god. That's not good. That's not good at all. Alright. On to Nightblades. Ooh! Killer's Blade. This morph now causes the execute scaling to change to to a linear increase of up to 400% damage done to targets under 50% health, rather than a static 300% damage done to targets below 25% health. This heal now... So at 25% health, you're going to be at 200%.
Thank you very much for the follow.
What are we thinking about this? I gotta do a manual shout out. I keep forgetting to fix my shout out. There, you get a hand typed one. Thank you. Thank you, TC Lee. Welcome in, everybody. Hope y'all are doing all right. We're doing some patch notes. It's the Wild West out here for sure. Really appreciate the raid. Hope your stream was all right. I assume y'all are probably looking at some patch notes as well. Probably at a much quicker pace than I'm going through them. What are we thinking about this? Is this a nerf? Hey, Nolandia. Thank you.
Thanks for the subscribe. Oh yeah.
Thanks for the bits, Archer. And thanks for that gifted sub, Nolandia. Thanks again, TC Lee,
I
for the
think that
raid.
even devs
Appreciate
has no
that.
idea what this is. They will just see if we are having fun and they will nerf it or vice versa.
It's a buff? Okay. My brain is not handling math well at the moment. Yeah, so when you hit 25%, it's going to be doing less damage than it would have done, but it's going to end up doing more damage towards the bottom of the fight. Like at the end, it's going to do a lot. This is going to make executes kind of interesting on Nightblades. You're going to have to really like decide what to drop, when and where. These are the kind of things I'm really going to look into for this patch. As far as like different dots, like how many seconds you need from a dot for it to be worth casting versus your spammable for each class. Look at these executes and kind of look at same thing there. How like at what point is it just not even worth it to cast the dot at all and just keep spamming? Like, yeah, these are some of the big things I'm going to look at like this week and next week and try to like get some really good info put together for each class about these. So try to make it a little more straightforward for everyone going into this, so it's not just like, oh god, what do we do? Like, it's all different now. So basically Jesus being without the channel. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I wonder when we're going to start using this, because obviously at 50% it's still going to do much less than a spammable. Well, let's look at, I had, these are going to be old numbers, but so 1161 was the tooltip for the execute versus 2502 for surprise attack, if you factor in your guaranteed sundered on each hit. 2502 divided by 1161, so a little over 2 times. It needs to get a little over 2 times its initial damage. So like 215% damage before it starts passing up your spammable. So where is that at? I don't know. My brain, I'm gonna have to do this later when I haven't been streaming patch notes for hours. Precious knowledge sheet, yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is go through and I'll probably just update this. I have it for like all the classes, like all the different tooltips and stuff. And I'll probably just go through and update it all with the new values and really try to like put something together for every class of like the different dots. What are the best ones that are worth using? How many seconds do you need from them to be worth it? All that kind of stuff. Killer's Blade actually just executioner. That's a good point. Yeah, I'm kind of with y'all there. I feel like this was kind of cool that it was its own thing and it wasn't just executioner. But now it's just executioner. So, I mean, maybe they changed executioner. I guess we'll have to look at that. So, I'll go ahead and move on. I have to go to the bathroom though. I'm sorry. All right. Is 3 times in 4 hours a lot? I feel like that's not that bad. I am drinking a lot of water. I got to keep my throat fresh. Yeah, I don't love this, but we'll see what happens with Executioner before I like pick it apart any further. All right, Blur. This ability and its morphs now reduce the cost of your next roll dodge by 10% whenever you take direct damage, up to a maximum of 100% with a half-second cooldown between each stack. Reduce the duration of the ability and its morphs to 20 seconds, down from 26. That's weird. This gave evasion, right? Yeah. Major evasion. So it no longer gives major evasion, but you still get your minor resistances or a snare immunity. Yeah, I drink a lot of water, Hannah, so it's just, yeah, is what it is. Sorry, guys. I gotta pee. It still gives evasion. Oh, it still gives evasion. Okay. Thank you, Gilliam. Good to know. Oh, so this is just like an extra thing on top of that. Well, that's kind of cool. It helps it like kind of hold its own as an ability. Reduce the cost of your next roll dodge by 10% whenever you take direct damage, stacking up to a maximum of 100% with a half-second cooldown between each stack. So I assume once you roll, you probably reset the stacks on it. Otherwise, you could just roll around for free after it built up. This ability morphs now once again costs 2,700 magicka rather than having no cost. These abilities will now heal you to full health when a marked enemy dies. To sweeten the risk reward gameplay, Seal ignores Battle Spirit, but does not ignore other healing reductions or bonuses. Reaper's Mark increase the duration of Major Berserk to 10 seconds up from 5, since the morph no longer increases the healing done, as that would be unnecessary. Consume the stacks. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I figured that would make sense. Yeah. This is cool. Blur is cool. And I mean, yeah, I think these are fine. This just feels like Executioner to me. It was just kind of whatever. I mean, I guess you can get a heal as well, which Executioner doesn't offer, but feels very similar. Who is this? Oh yeah, McHose with the 2 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on. Lotus Fan. Duration is 20 seconds up from 10. Okay, that makes sense. On par with the other abilities. Aspect of Terror. This ability and its morphs now apply Major Cowardice to enemies hit for 10 seconds. Okay. That's not on a lot of stuff, I don't think. Oops, that's the wrong one. That is on Vicosa and Ken Marcher's Cruelty. Yeah, that's interesting. That's not on a lot of stuff. That's a pretty big reduction. 430. That's pretty strong. No, it takes away weapon and spell damage. 430. That's a pretty strong debuff. Yeah, exactly. Cowardice opposite of courage. And if you look at the words, it makes sense. Yeah, so this last patch they had minor. I don't know if UASP's updated for that, but okay. So now power extraction does the minor cowardice, but you also get minor courage with it. So it's like you pull the 215 out of the enemy and you give it to yourself. You pull the 215 with the cowardice, but you get the courage. But well, now they have major cowardice also. That's pretty cool. That's a good debuff to put on enemies, even in PvE. And it's reliable, just a 10 seconds, like seems pretty good. Goes well with the thematic change they're going for. Yeah, I agree. That's yeah, it fits right in. Mass Hysteria. This morph now removes the target cap. Manifestation of Terror. Okay, this is there's a lot of stuff here. This morph no longer fires 2 traps and instead fires 1 trap at a targeted location, as it was allowing you to effectively double the target cap and step on the morph distinction of Mass Hysteria. Reduce the duration to 20 seconds. Reduce the duration of the fear to match the base ability. Reduce the cost. This morph no longer summons a pet for a brief second to fear the target, and now instead immediately fears the target to reduce situations where it failed to go off. Okay. Seems pretty cool to me. I like this change for Nightblades. That gives them something really unique to bring to the table. I like that. Let's see. Twisting Path, 20 seconds. Like I said, I really don't like that everything went to 20. I understand the direction that they're going with it though, and it at least makes sense with what they've said. These abilities now take every 2 seconds. Okay. So same stuff here. It's just up to 20. So, oh, this will be a little longer, right? With the passive. Yeah. Felician. That's what I was just thinking. So this should be, because this went up from 10 to 12. Unless they changed the passive too. I haven't gotten through all of Nightblade yet. I hate the every 2 second tick. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. It feels awkward to me for something that is a persistent ground effect to actually only tick every 2 seconds. You know, server calculations aside, it would be cool for them to tick like every quarter second. You know, just because it would have that feeling of like persistently being there. Every 1 second is like, fine, whatever. That was okay. But 2 seconds just feels a little strange that you could just like straight up walk through an AoE and not take any ticks from it. Like, that feels a little awkward. Anyways, we'll move on. This is no different from really anything else we've seen so far. Shadow Cloak, Dark Cloak. This morph now heals you for 17 to 20% of your missing health per tick rather than 9.2. Oh, wow. So 20% of your missing health per tick. I'm guessing this means it ranks up from 17 to 20. Rank 4 would be 20% of your missing health per tick rather than 9.2. That seems pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Alright, Summon Shade. This ability, and its morphs now has 20 seconds rather than ranking up between 12 and 18 seconds. Increase the damage per hit of Summon Shade and Shadow Image by approximately 16%. Hold up. This ability is more than the last 20. I thought this already lasted 20. Oh, I see. 20 seconds before the passive. Okay. Reduce the cost. So that's a pretty big cost reduction. This was a pretty expensive ability. This was a pretty expensive ability. Increase the damage per hit. Okay. Man, I mean... Wait. Dark Shade reduced the damage per hit of this morph. Shadow Image reduced the cost. Alright, I'm just gonna have to look at this ability because there's so many like increased, decreased. Yeah, this one just has too much for my brain at the moment. I'm just gonna have to log in the PTS and look at this. Alright, next up. Veiled Strike. Surprise attack. This morph now... Wait a second. Hold up. This morph now always critically strikes when flanking an enemy? What? So the problem with this is like this is going to come into play super late now. That's going to be an interesting calculation to make because you're going to have to play it by the averages. Whereas, like, you're going to have to figure out the point when getting a guaranteed crit is no longer worth it for the roll of the dice of maybe a crit or not with this. That's going to be interesting. That's going to take some math to figure out. Nightblade, holy, that's that. I mean, Sunspire, I guess you can't use that, but most fights, this will be, dang, that is so strong. Surprise attacks is spammable, yes, correct. Just laughing in Gankblade right now. All right, let's look at Concealed. Man, this is strong. Holy crap. I mean, Nightblades did need some love. I'm not gonna lie. Nightblades needed some love. I was not expecting that though. Oh, that's crazy. All right, Concealed Weapon. This morph now passively grants minor expedition while slotted instead of increasing your movement speed by... Aww. Aww. I mean, I guess you get it at all times, but that was a cool, unique passive. I thought that was a fun, unique passive. That's kind of a shame to see that go.
Thank you very much for the follow.
This morph now increases your weapon and spell damage by up to 300 for 15 seconds after leaving sneak or invisibility while in combat. Honestly, I mean, 300 weapon and spell damage is pretty good. You're not going to really get to utilize this in PvE. I guess, I mean, could you do like a quick like toggle or a crouch weave? I guess that doesn't count as leaving sneak. You'd have to actually like cast an invisibility. You'd have to cast your cloak in combat. You'd have to have invis on your bar. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for PvE, it seems like a clear winner here. I mean, even PvP though, this is really good too. But I can see PvP use for this as well. I see PvP use for both. PvE, this doesn't seem super appealing. I guess you could slot this though. And like sneak before like a trash pool. But if you have this morph, then you can't have this morph. So yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to give that up. I wonder, like, even Magblades. I feel like even Magblades in PvE are going to want to try to sustain this. Because this is just so strong. Maybe slot like I don't know. Teach you to Nightblade. I spent actually a lot of time on Nightblade right before this patch. Right before this PTS. And they did need some love, for sure. They were a bit behind. Hey, Brian! Brian with the 13 months. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing all right. All right, well, currently the Nightblades melee spammable options are a bit behind other melee spammables in terms of both flavor and impact. So we're adjusting both morphs to give some love. Surprise Attack's morph option reinforces the need for positioning as an assassin and continues to add some minor damage with the Sundered proc, while Concealed Weapon retains its stealthy and agile emphasis with less restrictions and more reward for playing from the shadows. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Stanblade looking juicy now. Siphoning, cripple. This ability in Smurfs now lasts 20 seconds. Okay. Reduce the damage. Yeah, just all the same standard stuff they've been doing to dots. Nothing new there. Healthy Offering increased the duration of major mending to 10 seconds, up from 8. And I think that's about it for Nightblades. I don't know how I feel about the Killer's Blade thing. I'll have to look at that one more. Could literally stack so much damage and just flank crit. Yeah. Alright. On to Sorcerers. Here we go. Uh-oh. Crystal Weapon. Crystal Weapon. Reduce the damage of this ability by 41.5%. So that it now does 130% of a ranged spammable attack between both attacks rather than 200% of a melee spammable. Oof. It's still stronger than it was before the buff. It's definitely stronger than it was before High Isle. It was obviously way too strong in High Isle. I think everyone can agree on that. Let's see what they have to say. In the previous update, we wanted to reinforce the uniqueness of this morph by giving sorcerers the ability to change their rotation by having a spammable that persists through other ability activates. And that was really cool. Yeah. While we succeeded in this, not adjusting the damage of the morph caused it to spiral out of control in terms of raw DPS and burst potential. After spending a lot of time in testing, we believe we hit a sweet spot. So here's my thoughts on this. I think they did hit a sweet spot on paper. Hey, thank you, Calypto. Appreciate that. I think they hit a sweet spot on paper. It's still very strong to get essentially 130% of a spammable per cast. But at the same time, the issue with this compared to something like Surprise Attack, this you just cast it and it hits and you get your damage. This damage is delayed and it relies on your light attacks. So say you're doing a rotation where you're weaving Crystal Weapon every other ability. Well, this damage is still good, provided you land every light attack. But the second you miss a light attack, you're now dealing a 65% spammable. I mean, so you could adjust on the fly and realize, oh crap, I missed the light attack. Let me hit another different ability besides crystal weapon again. You know, if you're like alternating crystal every other ability. But that could be a little bit tough to do on the fly. I mean, for a really experienced player, they could do that. But for a less experienced player, you might not even realize you missed a light attack. And so with how reliant this is on landing those light attacks, I do feel like that is a little bit low. Just not a lot low. Not a lot low. Just obviously 200% was like absolutely bonkers. But this leaves no wiggle room. Like, this is fine if you land every one of your light attacks perfectly. As soon as you start missing any, it's like your damage is so tanked from this ability. So I think they said here, we believe we've hit the sweet spot. I think they hit the sweet spot if this was like guaranteed damage. But since it has a little bit higher skill gap to using it properly, as opposed to like something like surprise attack or another just instant cast spammable, I don't know, it feels a tiny bit low to me. What do y'all think? I think, like, we all agree 200% was broken, but does 130% seem a little low based on like it being a little more difficult to actually keep that 130% going at all times? I think they killed another unique ability. Maybe 140%. 200% was broken. This nerf kills both. Stem Sork is 2 meta. Dual. Gotta go, but this is good stuff. Keep it going. Thanks, Ninja Monkey. 200% too much. This is way too low. Alright. It seems like we're kind of all in the same mindset. That it's just a bit too low. Well, hopefully this could get like a little bit more love, because honestly now I think what I would rather do is slot C-frags again, even on stam, because your stam abilities can trigger C-frags now. So that would be pretty cool to just be firing off frags with the stam rotation. All right, I'm out of water. I'm gonna have to go get some more soon, but let's try to get through all the class stuff first. Even 150 might be okay. It's stretching it a bit. Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I think that might be a little too high, 150. Yeah, I think everyone's saying like they'd rather use C-frags. It's just, yeah. I think we all knew this was coming though. All right, we'll move on. Daedric Mines. Fix an ability, or fix an issue where this ability and smurfs could detonate instantly on a target multiple times. Wait, that's a bug? Oh man. I like using this on some fights. Cause yeah, if you line up the little mines well, you just they all just blow up on them. It's sick nasty damage. I didn't know that was a bug. I thought that's how you were supposed to be able to use that. To me, the issue was always it's really expensive and it's very tricky to place all the mines in a way that they will all blow up on the target. Like you have to like get them just right. Interesting. I didn't know that was a bug. I always just thought that's how the skill worked. Oof. No more stacking an atro in the corner of the room for parsing, I guess. Now that I always thought was a little bit cheesy, but you know. It's targeted at mine stacking, Sork ganking. Interesting. Okay. There is now a short cooldown window where a target cannot be targeted again from the mines to prevent moments of immense instantaneous bursts. This will also mean your mines will no longer detonate without dealing any damage to a target, vastly improving the viability of this ability in long-term encounters where a single enemy may walk through. Oh, so okay, so if they blow up one, they can't blow up all three, at least. So at least they won't consume your mines and not take damage from them. So they still might, you still might hit with all three, but then it would be used more like a damage over time effect almost. Like you put it down and one pops, and then I don't know what their cooldown window is, but then another can pop, and then another can pop. So you can't like spam your mines on a target like once every second. Okay. This could be okay still for certain stuff. You could stack your mines and silver leash into it. Oh, I have seen that actually. I've seen people do that. Okay. That's pretty funny actually. Dark Exchange. This ability and Smurfs now restore their resources in increments of 2 seconds over their duration, up from 1. Okay. Reduce the healing to 8k. Dark Conversion. This morph now increases the amount of healing and resources restored rather than reducing the cost. As a result, the cost is now 3240. Now heals up to 10,000. Immediately restores 4,500 magicka and up to 3k magicka over time. So it costs more up front, but okay, it costs more up front, but you get a bigger heal, more magicka up front, and more magicka over time. Okay, so it's just stronger overall. It costs more up front, but you get more return. It's gonna be kind of heavy on your stam at 3,200 a pop, but you get a lot for it. Hey, Murdery. I'm waiting until I get all the way through to kind of like form a judgment on it. There's been some things I've liked. There's been some things that I haven't. So it is what it is. Let's see. Daedric Summoning. Bound Armor. This ability and the Bound Aegis Morph now also grant minor protection for 10 seconds after casting. Bound Aegis. This morph now extends the duration of the effects as well. The block mitigation now lasts for 5 seconds. And the minor protection now lasts 20 seconds. So they're really kind of going in on the defensive nature of this morph. Bound Armaments. Reduce the Oh. Poor Sorks. Holy crap. Wow.
very much for the follow.
Damn. Nightblade got so many buffs, and then they just came to Sorks and they said, like, holy cow. This is way too much. Dang, this is way too much. Like one or the other, but not both. Like, yeah, it was a strong ability for sure, but it takes away your light attack damage and 38% damage reduction. Jeez.
Very much for
Like they just gutted this skill. Feels like it's just gonna be like just like worth using, but just like barely, and I don't feel great about it. Like that's kind of where I'm at with bound armaments. I mean, I'm gonna have to look at it. I'll have to test it. I don't want to overreact, but golly, they nuked it. Damn, Sorka. They got their one patch and then just rest in peace. Yeah, meanwhile, Nightblade's over here like Ugh. That's, yeah, I hope it's not too late to visit this. I mean, of course it needs testing. We'll look at it. But this getting nuked and bound armaments getting nuked, it's just, that's a lot. That's a lot at once. Empowered Ward, this morph now grants you and allies minor endurance as well. Let me read the developer comment here. We're bringing this morph down to match a lot of the hybrid adjustments that the class has received. It was originally intended to help give stamina sorcerers a powerful option of a DPS skill, since they couldn't use any of the other shiny abilities, such as Hunting Curse or Crystal Fragments. Now that those can be properly utilized on any build, this ability was enabling too much power that could be dumped at a moment's notice when used in tandem with even just one of the others. So it's a PvP nerf. I see. PvP nerf. Man. It just sucks because Sorks are like so single target heavy on their damage. And so when you gut their single target skills like this, it's like what do they offer now? You know, like that was kind of their thing, is just like single target damage. Their AoE was not very good. Yeah, that's rough. Definitely from the wording, though, it feels like PvP nerf. Oh, well, hopefully they can get some adjustments before this goes live to like at least get some PvE DPS power back. Otherwise, it's not looking great. But we'll see. We'll take a look at it all. We'll run all the numbers. Maybe they'll be all right. You know, Who knows? It looks pretty bad on first glance, though. It looks pretty rough. All right, summon Storm Atronach. Oh my god, are you kidding me? They're just killing all of their single target damage. Like, holy crap. Wow. And a cost increase? Okay, okay. It reduces back down to 200. All right, whatever. The synergy charged lightning now goes to the synergizer and 5 nearby allies. That's, I mean, that's pretty cool. That's nice. Keep reading, not that bad. Okay, okay, I'll keep reading. Greater Storm Atro. This morph now increases the damage of the Atronach single target attack by 30% rather than increasing the duration. Okay, that's pretty good. The Atronach from this morph now only uses its AoE attack rather than a mixture. That's interesting as well. But I mean, for PvP, or sorry, for PvE, the issue is like you can't just like reliably morph between the two. Like, okay, this one isn't as bad as I originally thought. I'll admit. It's still, it's hard to tell how it comes out overall. Is it? It's a lot shorter. It's a lot shorter. But it does deal 30% more damage than it dealt before. I feel like it's still a nerf to the damage. I feel like it's still a damage nerf. But it's slightly more group utility. Yeah. Oof. Man, they came after Sork's single target damage hard. Like crystal weapon, bound armaments, Atro. It's keep reading. Okay, okay. Ultimate is currently persisting for too long and creating scenarios where certain builds can get multiples of these impactful pets out and producing significantly more damage than any other ultimate in the game in relation to its cost. With the reduced duration, it's now much more reined in while bringing more group utility with the improved synergy granting. Additionally, we've reinforced the distinction of each morph where the charged Atro provides much more AoE damage while greater focusing on single target melting. Synergy is basically what should have been there all along. Yeah, I can agree with that. Although Major Berserk used to be 30%. So back when they first moved it to 10%, this was actually one of the things I said. I was like, well, if you're going to nerf it down to 10%, you should let like more people get the synergy. But yeah, that's where we are now. I'll take a look at the damage. We'll see. We'll see where Sorks are at. It doesn't seem good from what I've seen so far. It hurts. It hurts. All right. So I'm curious if, like, bound armaments, now that those can be properly utilized on any build, this ability was enabling too much power. So is this specifically because you can have your curse pop at the same time you have a crystal weapon hitting, at the same time that you're firing your bound armaments? I think that is ultimately what they're saying is too strong. Yeah, man, that's rough. That's a big old fatty nuke. Okay, we'll keep going though. Unstable familiar increased to 20 seconds, up from 10. Reduce the damage per tick by 23%. The volatile familiar, the morph now stuns on the fourth. This morph now stuns on the fourth and final ticks of the ability rather than only on the. Oh, that's not good. I'll be honest, I hate the stun on this. Not a fan of the stun. So sometimes what I would do, I would recast it right before it ran out to not get the stun to go off. But now it's like you'd have to recast it like way before it ran out to not have the stun go off. Yeah, it's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It was kind of I kind of don't like the scamp anyway, so it's fine. Twilight Tormentor. Reduce the damage per hit of this morph's basic attacks by approximately 33%. That was needed. But holy crap, that's still more of their damage that's taken. You guys realize how many angles you came at their single target damage from? Like, holy crap, that's so many different nerfs. 9 out of 10 skills on your stamp sword got nerfed. Oh my god. I Sork hurt the devs. This is payback. I mean, honestly, this is fine. I didn't like how much the Twilight Tormentor did passively anyways. I thought it was a little too much. Increase the bonus damage to 60%. So they're making it a little more worth actually casting instead of just like pre-buff it and then never cast it again. But still, that's pretty big. So I guess this is still 15 seconds, not 20. Oh man, they came at it from so many angles. That's a lot of damage lost. Crystal Weapon nerfed. Daedric Mines nerfed. Bound Armaments nerfed. Storm Atro nerfed. Unstable Familiar, yeah, not really nerfed, but more annoying. Tormentor nerfed. Jeez. That's a lot of nerfs. That's a lot at once, you know? Oof. Alright. Well, I guess we'll see. Lightning Form. This ability now ticks every 2 seconds rather than every 1 second. Increase the damage per tick by 100%. Hurricane, this morph now increases in damage by 12% per tick, up from 8%. I don't understand. It does say increase the damage per tick by 100%. So is the base damage of it? No. It ticks only every 2 seconds now. So this breaks even. Hurricane is just nerfed. Oh my god. Why every ability? Why did they nerf every damn Sorc ability? Yeah, they were overperforming because of Crystal Weapon. But, like, not because of every single ability. Oh my. Sorc was OP for single target for sure. Because Crystal Weapon was broken. All right. Well. Lightning Splash. This ability is morphs now deal damage every 2 seconds over 20 seconds rather than every second over 10 seconds. These abilities now properly tick one final time before ending.
Very much for the follow.
Wrath of Enos. I don't know if you're here. He's been begging for this for like years now. But I don't understand the difference in the morphs now, though. Increase the duration. Increase the radius and damage. Are they just both? I don't know. This is confusing. So is it still an extra 4 seconds, I guess, for lightning splash? That doesn't seem very worth it. That's a weird one. Works are the new vampires for roleplay on. I'm kind of surprised. Like, this I expected. I fully expected Crystal Weapon to be nerfed. It needed to be nerfed. I just didn't expect them to come after so many of abilities that are used in the Stam Sorcs kit. I mean, a lot in the Mag Sorcs kit as well. But yeah, I didn't think they'd come after so many all at the same time. It's kind of crazy. We'll look at it, but it feels a little scary. A little bit scary. All right, Templars. What do we got? What do we got, Templars? Burning Light. This passive now triggers after dealing damage with any attack rather than only Adric Spear abilities. Increase the cooldown of stack generation to 500 milliseconds, up from 1 millisecond. So once every half second. Reduce the damage by approximately 33%.
Thank you very much for the follow.
So ultimately what you're going to get here is... Glad we got past Nightblades. You're a little scared now. Me too, man. Nightblades, we were cruising. We were cruising with the Nightblades, and then we hit Sorks, and it railed me. Almost impossible to find dual staves parses, and then this happens. Oh, I don't even know anything about staves yet. All right. Increased. Okay, so ultimately, you're not going to get these burning light ticks every second while you're jabbing anymore. But you'll get more consistent throughout your rotation while you're not jabbing. So you should get 1 tick every 2 seconds. I mean, this should just fire on cooldown once every 2 seconds if it triggers off any damage. Yeah, if it triggers after dealing damage with any attack rather than only Adric Spear. So it'll pretty much just fire every 2 seconds. Seems like probably a nerf overall. Yeah. Currently this passive is strong arming the Templar into only using puncturing strikes as your spammable ability, removing a lot of the potential for other abilities that center around different gameplay. Agreed, 100%. With maintaining the original identity of keeping up the pressure against your primary target, we've removed the restrictions of damage source completely and added a longer cooldown window to reduce burst potential and message spam on the server, helping the passive stabilize to a more expected power budget while vastly improving its flexibility. So that's kind of interesting. The big thing here is that if you're using jabs, this is obviously going to proc a lot less than it used to. If you're not using jabs, if you want to play ranged, you're still going to get a lot of burning light procs now, whereas you wouldn't get hardly any without jabs. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's a buff for non-jabs builds and a nerf for jabs builds. And then it looks like they adjusted jabs as well. This ability and its morphs now hit 3 times over a channel time of 800 milliseconds rather than 4 times over 1 second. Hey, high ping players. High ping players. Jabs, you can like weave it a little better now, right? Wasn't that the big complaint, that it lasted a full second and so you couldn't weave it that good? Implements new animations and visual effects to match the attack cadence. Saw the new animation, can't stop laughing. Is it weird? Reduce the cost. Okay, that's nice. So jabs didn't get reduced, but this morph got reduced. That's good. Puncturing sweeps was brutal on sustain. That's a good change. Reduce the overall damage of the primary attack by approximately 21%, since this ability no longer incurs a DPS loss while weaving within the 1 second global cooldown window. No! But I could weave it fast. My ping is good. I have 40 ping. I have 40 ping, Zos. I can weave this. No. Yeah, it is what it is. You're really good at jab. Yeah, I got pretty good at jab weaving. It was kind of my specialty. That's fine. That's fine. 21% reduction. Not as many burning light ticks. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Let's see. Increase the damage of the AoE hits by approximately 7%. Reduce the duration of the snare to 0.5 seconds per hit, down from 1 second. Okay. Reduce the healing of this morph to 33%, down from 40%. Fix an issue where this morph was only healing up to 5 times in large target count encounters instead of the intended 6 times. Okay. Biting jabs. This morph now also increases the damage of the AoE portion of the attack by 25% in addition to the base. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a nice little boon for biting jabs. Still not seeing Kevin, sir. I'll bring him later. I'm too slow at patch notes to bring out cats during this. I can bring them all out when we're done. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Well, burning light and jabs are they're definitely hurt. So we'll see what else they did. Hopefully, because Templars were already kind of hurting. So hopefully some of these other changes will kind of pick up what we lost here. Spear shards. This ability is morphs now deal damage over every 2 seconds, over 20 seconds, rather than once every second over 10. Increase the damage per tick by approximately 33%. Oh, wait. Okay, no, this is just... Okay, never mind. I was reading this wrong for a second. I'm getting the patch note brain scramble at this point, so... Easier to keep up. Yeah, that's what they're doing with all the abilities. All the dots are easier. Ooh, pardon me. Solar Flare. Increase the duration of Empower from this ability in Dark Flare to 5 seconds, up from 3. I thought they already increased Dark Flare to like 10 seconds or something.
Very much for the follow.
Or was it 5 seconds last patch? I thought it was... No, not Solar Barrage. I'm talking about Dark Flare. I thought they already increased the Empower last patch. I don't know. I don't remember. I remember it going up. I don't remember what it went up to. Maybe it went up to 3 seconds last patch. Or something. I don't know. It definitely went up in the High Isle patch notes. I just don't remember what the wording was. Solar Barrage now lasts 20 seconds. So it actually will last more than 20 seconds unless they adjusted the passive. Yeah, it should last more than 20 seconds. Because you got your passive that extends it as well. Reduce the damage per tick by approximately 24%. Oof. Oh, I think it already only ticked every other. So the damage visual effects for this morph now only pulse when successfully dealing damage rather than all the time. And then I assume you still get Empower for that full duration. So nice long dot there. Man, if all these dot changes had gone through and jabs with and biting, if burning light and jabs were the same as they used to be, that would actually be a nasty buff for Templars. But they took care of those. All right, where are we at? Sunfire. This ability in its morphs now lasts 20 seconds. Vampire space 30 seconds now. Holy crap, that's that's a long dot. That's a long dot. Rapid strikes outperforms jabs now, it looks like. Well, that is very sad to see. We will definitely look at that. Restoring light. Cleansing ritual. This ability in morphs now lasts 20 seconds. Abilities now tick 1 extra time over the duration. Reduce the healing per tick by approximately 3%. Ritual of Retribution. Reduce the damage per tick of this morph by approximately 52%. This morph now increases by 12%. So did they both last 20 seconds now? Or does... Yeah, this ability and its morphs. Okay. Or does extended still get 24? Have to look at that. But this one will be 20 seconds now instead of 12. And this is really gonna, with how much they nerf the damage, it's really gonna rely on you getting all your ticks off. Otherwise... Yeah, otherwise it's not gonna hit very hard, it seems like. So will these make parse rotations a bit easier to learn for people just getting into in-game? Yes, I think so. It's gonna make them, for people just like exploring in-game and figuring out what a rotation is and how to put one together, it's going to be much easier now to get decent damage than it was previously. Someone just posted a Parse in Discord and they dropped 30k DPS. Bruh. Is that a Stamsork? Please tell me that's a Stamsork, not a Nightblade or something. Stamsork, maybe there's hope that we can get like a little bit of the tweaking reverted. Saw Warden 27k DPS less. And that's with Major Slayer added. Nephis got 90k Stamplar. They're gonna have to adjust some of this content if this is the route they're going. I'm telling you, they're gonna have to look at some of these DPS checks. Otherwise, it's just isn't gonna matter much. You're gonna kill so many groups' abilities to do certain content. Groups that were already like able to do decent rotations, but maybe weren't like, you know, at that elite level, but they could handle the rotations like they were. It's gonna be really hard adjusting.
Thank you very much for the follow.
I'm okay with a lot of the older content kind of like taking a little longer on the fights and damage being nerfed, but it's just the brand new stuff. They gotta account for what they're doing with the newer stuff, because content has just been like this with power creep. They've just been like, yep, we're gonna stay ahead of the curve with this power creep.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Goav's posted 107.5k DPS with rapid strikes, 106k with jabs. All right, that just shouldn't be a thing. That hurts my soul. That hurts my soul to hear that.
Thank you very much for the follow.
They're not gonna adjust any content. You sure of it, bro? This is rough. But it's week one. It's week one. We're gonna stick with it. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna give feedback. We're gonna actually run the numbers. Friend who parses 75k with his mag sword now parses 55k. That's why I was trying to tell people that we're so happy about the nerfs, saying that they were gonna like close the gap and they were gonna be like closer to the top end now. It's like, this is exactly what I feared. Companion damage get doubled to compensate. Heavy attack builds fell way worse than light attack builds. Oh man, that's not what they wanted. All right.
Thank you very much.
Hasty prayer increased the duration of minor expedition to 10 seconds. Restoring aura, stability, and radiant aura now grant minor endurance, fortitude, and intellect to you and nearby allies for 20 seconds, rather than applying minor magic. They're giving this to a lot of skills now in the game. This is becoming a lot more popular for sure. Well, that's, I mean, 20 seconds, that's a nice easy buff to keep up. Oh, wow. 60 seconds? That's pretty nice. That's just like easy mode on those buffs. Just hit it once a minute. You got your group with them. That's pretty cool. Here comes Warden. Uh-oh. Everyone's freaking out about the Warden. Animal, uh-oh. Advanced species. This passive now increases your armor pin by 990. Bruschetti, my dude. Thank you so much. Holy crap. The giant gift bomb. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're how are you feeling about all these patch notes here? This is pretty crazy. This passive now increases your armor pin by 990 per animal companion skill slotted, rather than damage done by 2%. Oof. That hurts a little bit. Yeah. Cutting dive. I guess this is probably good for PvP though. That's probably better for PvP. Worse for PvE. Let's see. Cutting dive. This morph now triples the status effect proc chance of the attack and causes the ability cost to be refunded when hitting an off-balance enemy, rather than adding a stacking blade. I wouldn't say it means the Droz build is dead, because your uptime on this bleed was not that high anyways. So, and you get 100%. Wait. triples the stats effect of this attack. Hold on, let me read okay, so no longer guaranteed here. That's what I wanted to check, because I was like, if you get guaranteed hemorrhaging already, then like still, but so your bleed up time is going to be really, really good between these two. But anyways, we'll just keep going through. We'll keep going through. That bleed is 7% of your. No. I'm not saying the bleed is not a lot of damage. Sorry if it came across that way. I'm saying for Drozakar, in particular, that bleed is not adding that much for that set because it's not up super often. But yeah, no, the losing the bleed definitely hurts for sure. Interesting. Well, that is I mean, you get a lot of bleeds using this, but definitely a lot of damage lost. It gets better? Okay, I'll keep going. I was reading chat, but let's do it. This morph now increases your weapon and spell damage by 100 for 10 seconds after hitting an enemy, and increases by an additional 200 when hitting an off-balance enemy, rather than increasing its damage by up to 15% based on the distance. So distance no longer matters. Stand wherever you want. The bonus weapon and spell damage track separately, so you do not need to worry about losing the bonus when hitting an enemy that is no longer off balance. Oh, so you can get up to 300 at once. You get 100 at all times. Always 100, but then off balance, you get a bonus 200 on top of that. All right. I mean, it seems okay. Definitely cutting dive got brought back down to earth. Man, that got nuked. Are people pissed right now? Like, I generally keep a pretty level head about this stuff and try to like really analyze it for a long time before I have knee-jerk reactions. But are people pissed right now? I feel like the general consensus of the player population is going to be pissed off right now. Just based off what I've read so far. Not pissed, disappointed. Standblade, yeah, I'm good. Wally. Yeah, Standblade is just like, I don't see what the problem is here. Standblade's chilling. Pissed. Player base is fuming. You don't see how Sork mains could not be. Yeah, that's my biggest takeaway so far, is that Sork's single target damage just got obliterated. Like they came at it from every angle they could. Like, holy crap, they came at it from every angle. They saw us having fun. They didn't like it. A lot of people worried. I mean, like I always do, I'm going to dig deep. I'm going to try to figure out the ins and outs of this, give feedback where I can. I encourage you all, definitely try to get in feedback early. Get on the PTS. Test stuff out, get feedback like the first week and a half, because after week 3 or so, you probably ain't getting it in the patch. Like, it's just how it goes. Like, So get in feedback ASAP. It's super important. All right. We're going back and adjusting the morph distinction of these abilities by helping them focus on different areas where we feel the Warden can struggle with the damage over time adjustments. Cutting Dive was creating situations where there was no answer to deal with the ramping bleed, and the synergy with bleed sets was enabling specialized builds to bleed over the top. I don't think that really added that much to Drozakar, to be honest. Ravgar, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Instead, we've reinforced the focus of sustain versus overall pressure with the new morphs, where Cutting Dive's refund can help cut through targets repeatedly with ease, and Screaming Cliffracer's passive power-ups helps more Magicka-focused Wardens make up some of their lacking damage output. Thank you again, Ravgar. Appreciate it. Sure to give feedback about Sork. Yeah, definitely do. All right, Scorch. This ability and its morphs now lasts for 10 seconds in total, detonating once after 4, and again 6 seconds after that, rather than only once every 3 seconds. Oh, this is the base. This ability and its morphs now lasts for 10 seconds, detonating once after 4 seconds, and again 6 seconds after that.
Thanks for the subscribe.
Suck that fart. Thanks for the sub.
Thanks for the subscribe. Oh yeah.
Appreciate that. Thanks for the laugh as well. Increase the cost. This morph now. Okay. So they both pop twice now. Scorch pops at 4 and 10. Subassault pops at 3 and 8. Okay, I see. So you have to wait a little bit longer for that second pop, right? That's what's going on here, if I'm reading this right. The Magicka morph now, that's kind of interesting on the Mag morph. You only hit it once every 10 seconds. I'll have to figure out like what the difference would be to just hit this every 3 seconds and to hit this every 4 seconds versus actually letting it play out. Since you have to wait like that extra time. I mean, I guess it's going to be more worth it to let it play out, but it totally changes the cadence of it. So you hit Subassault every 8 seconds and the other morph, Deep Fissure, every 10 seconds. Blast Bones didn't get any changes. Yeah, Blast Bones is still the same. Blast Bones is good. And Blast Bones can be empowered too, they said, with the Empower buff. 1,000 more damage on the tooltip of Blast Bones from Empower, which is pretty interesting. Threat seems pretty OP when it first hit. Yeah, for sure. Swarm. This ability is morphs now lasts for 20 seconds up from 10. Okay. Same as the others. Increase the bonus damage of the second cast to 60% up from 50. Oh. Okay. What? Wasn't that morph already like a little bit better anyways? Well, I guess you're not double casting it as often now. So it needed a little more oomph, maybe? Alright. Subsol even worth it? Oh yeah, it'll still definitely be worth it. Yeah. You still get 2 pops for 1 press, so it's gonna be worth it. All right, it's just the rotation's gonna be a lot different for sure. All right, we'll move on to the bear ult. This bear from the bear from this ultimate and morphs now attacks once every 2 seconds instead of a mixture of timers. Reduce the damage of the bear's passive attacks by approximately 19%. Increase the cooldown of the crushing swipe attack to 8 seconds, up from 5. So better lines up with the CC immunity tires, as this attack can stun enemies. The active ability Guardian's Wrath now has a 700 millisecond cast time for the bear, not your own cast. I like how they put an exclamation point like, don't freak out! So that it properly matches up with the attack animation and reduces the desync potential of the attack. Yeah, this one was kind of funky. The way it went, like the bear would kind of like glitch out. Okay, Feral Guardian, this morph now quintuples the status chance application of hemorrhaging instead of guaranteeing the effect to reduce the ease of access of the status without investment into applying it. Okay. I mean, I feel like it's still going to be a nerf since it's not guaranteed, right? But it was adding like so much bleed damage. All right, Eternal Guardian. This morph now also increases the execute scaling of the special activate to 150, up from 100. I was really hoping they'd go like a support morph with this one, to be honest. Something unique and different. Rather than like, it's like damage versus damage, so let's just figure out which one does more damage and we'll pick that one, right? That's kind of how I feel about this. Whereas if there was like actually something different here, like that offered something to your group, maybe someone would want to run that morph. This feels like one of these is still gonna just clearly beat the other. We just have to figure out which is which and then run that one. We'll see though. Maybe it'll actually be some scenarios this will be better and some this will be better. All right. Healing Seed, Budding Seed. Increase the healing per tick of this morph by approximately 3%. Nature's Grasp. Reduce the healing per tick of this ability, and Nature's Embrace by approximately 33%. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about Warden Healing, so I'm just gonna move along. Arctic Wind. This ability and the Polar Wind morph no longer deal damage over the duration. The healing over time effects now take once every 2 seconds over 10 seconds rather than once every second over 5. Increase the healing per tick to 6% of your max health, up from 2.5%. So Nightblades get a fat 20% of your health back, while the others get 6%. Interesting. I'm sensing a theme here with Nightblades. This morph now causes the initial heal and heal over time to target an additional ally rather than only the initial heal. Increase the healing over time by 20%. Okay, that's a little more there. Arctic Blast. This morph now causes the initial hit to scale with your highest offensive stats rather than max health. Nice. Okay, cool, cool. This morph now causes the heal over time to be converted to damage over time. The morph no longer ranks up in cost reduction. The morph now stuns on the second and final ticks rather than requiring hitting the same target 5 times in succession. The stun is no longer blocked. So this is a 10-second dot or 20? Oh, the initial heal. Sorry. I read that wrong. I thought it said initial hit. The initial heal to scale with your highest offensive stats. I totally read that wrong. Morph now causes the heal over... Oh, no, it is damage over time. Okay. I'm confusing myself now. It is a damage over time. The heal scales with your highest offensive stats. So it heals and you get a dot. Gotcha. Okay, I think I'm on board. I don't know how long it is though. Is it 10 seconds or is it 20 seconds like all the other dots? Guess we'll have to find out. Crystallized shield fixed numerous visual errors. Fixed an issue where the shield could fail to grant its full value when recasting it while it was already active. Crystallized slab fixed an issue where the third projectile would fail to visually appear in many cases. This morph no longer has a 500 millisecond cooldown, as it was allowing the ability to sometimes absorb more than 3 projectiles. Okay, I don't know much about this ability, to be honest. It was 10 when you tried parsing it. Okay. So pair that with your Deep Fisher on a Mag Warden. Gilliam the Road is Nightblade for life. He's been playing Templar in our Trials group. He's been playing a lot of Templar. Maybe he's ready to whip out his Nightblade again. Trying to get caught up on chat. Okay, I think I've read it all. Neither Warden too. The bear to block writ turn-ins. Please no. Please. Alright, frozen armor. Increase the amount of armor granted from this passive to 990, up from 500. Okay, so that's interesting. You got like 990 armor and 990 pen. So that's a little buff there. A little more armor. Ice Fortress increased the duration to 30 seconds, up from 25. I think this is what, the Selfish Morph? And then Impaling Shards, 20 seconds. Okay, just the same as all the others. Increase the damage. Gripping Shards, increase the cost. Winter's Revenge. Decrease the damage per tick of this morph by approximately 33%. Woof. I guess since it's ticking only every 2 seconds now, it makes sense. Whipping out my Nightblade is not something to be said aloud. Costs more and it hits like a wet noodle. Man, these are some pretty hefty adjustments, I must say. The problem, the theory behind them is solid. to allow for easier rotations for lesser experienced players so that they can focus more on content and the mechanics within it and still do a good rotation without like missing all their uptimes. But in practice, like the damage from everything is nuked so much that it's like, well, you're still going to lose damage. Sorry. So you may be doing a better rotation than you used to, but your damage is going to be crap. Yeah, Death Knell is really nice. We were talking about that earlier. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. All right, volley. Oh, volley. Oh, I jokingly said Endless Hail should be 1 minute long, but it's actually 30 seconds long now, which is pretty cool. This ability in Smurfs now lasts for 20 seconds, up from 10. Increase the damage per tick by 20%. Endless Hail, this morph now increases the duration by 10 seconds, up from 4. So you got 30-second Endless Hail now. It's truly almost endless. Poison Arrow, this ability lasts 20 seconds, up from 10. What about the major sorcery and brutality on the other morph? Is that up to 20 seconds too? Because otherwise that's kind of awkward. It's like, oh, I have this ability to last 20 seconds, but I have to refresh it every 10. That's been 20 seconds? Interesting. Did they buff that in High Isle to 20 seconds? Actually kind of curious about that. Patch notes. Here we go. What's that morph called? I don't even know. I feel like sorcery is going to be in here too much. Venom? It's Venom something, alright? Was it not this patch? Was it the one before it? Was it Deadlands? Dang. Sorry, I'm going off on a little tangent here. I'm just really curious. Venom Arrow, yeah. When the hell did that ability change? Because I know they... It wasn't Deadly. Oh, Ascending Tide. I skipped the patch. That's why. I'm dumb. I'm sorry, guys. I'm wasting y'all's time over here. This morph now grants major brutality and sorcery for 10 seconds. Okay, I knew I remembered it being 10 seconds. When did they change it to 20? Because this is Ascending Tide, and then High Isle says nothing about it. Maybe they buffed it in High Isle and it didn't make the patch notes then?
Thank you very much for the follow.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking because it says this ability and its morphs now last for 20 seconds. So that includes the Venom Arrow morph. It was changed when DSR hit the live server. Okay. So they just didn't put it in the patch notes, I guess. Either that or I just missed it. Which is also possible. Sorry, stuff like this bugs me because I try to like really stay on top of everything. Yeah, it's definitely not in here. And so when I see stuff like that, I'm like, what? It just throws me for a loop because I really try to like keep up with everything that happens. Okay, well that's good. I mean it should be 20. I feel like that makes sense. So 20 seconds and 20 seconds on those two. And then 30 seconds on Endless Hail. That's truly endless. That's really awesome, actually. I kind of like that. Wall of Elements. This ability and its morphs now deal damage every 2 seconds over 20 seconds rather than every second for 10 seconds. Increase the damage per tick. Blockade. Okay, so Blockade is 30 seconds now. Holy crap. That is so long. I mean, for like a static encounter without a lot of movement, that makes things pretty easy. That's pretty cool. But 20 seconds for unstable. The problem with this is, I was talking about this earlier, I thought this might happen. If it only ticks every 2 seconds, then if you spam it, I don't think you will get your dot ticks simultaneously while you're spamming it, like you do now. Like right now, if you spam wall, you also get your wall ticks on the ground while you're spamming it. So yeah, I don't think that'll happen with it ticking every 2 seconds. Just something to keep in mind for those scenarios where you might squeak in like a couple of wall spams. You missed some, you'll wait for the 12-hour patch note video. Yeah, I think I might just upload it all to YouTube and just say screw it. It's just like 6 hours of patch notes or whatever. We'll see. We'll see. Just timestamp the classes. Yeah, I could. Yeah, that's easy enough. Just stamp it and like cut out when I go to the bathroom. Easy. Easy. I wonder what the longest like video I can upload on YouTube is. Like that they'll let me. Cut and make a video per class, min-max revenue. Well, I'm gonna do one for each class for sure. But yeah, I'll do that separate probably. Like after I've had a time to dive in a little more. Hey, Sea Unicorns, what's up? There's some wild changes going on here in the Wild West ESO. All right, destructive touch, 20 seconds each. Reduce the damage. Frost clinch. Oh, that's nice. It costs more. Hey, but it has a nice range now. Yeah, that kind of sucked for clinch with taunting. That reduced range. So that's pretty good. I'm glad they adjusted that. When you go to the bathroom, do you mean in between reapplying your dots? Seriously though, like some of these, man, I bet you could set up in a way with a lot of these 30-second options. And if someone knocked on the door Like, obviously, you wouldn't have your spams going, but you could legit lay down all your 30-second dots, go run to the door, get your pizza or whatever, put it on the counter, come back in here, spam a few times, and reapply your dots. Good to go. Just hope you don't die. Hope you don't stand in stupid. Playtails a tribute between the dots. Alright. Dual wield flurry. This ability and its morphs now hit 4 times over a channel time of 800 milliseconds rather than 5 times over 600. Total damage remains relatively the same. Yeah, so people in chat were saying that this was outperforming jabs on a Templar now. So if that is the case, I'll definitely look at that. If that's the case, that doesn't seem right. Like, that doesn't seem like that should be the case. That feels really bad. So 4 times instead of 5. And it's a little more spread out. So a little bit longer. Kind of your standard channeled spammable length now that they've come to, it seems like. Okay. Rapid strikes. Increase the damage done of the next hit by 5% per stack, up from 3%, resulting in approximately 2.5% more overall damage. Reduce the cost. Fixed an issue where the heal was considered magicka rather than stamina based. Bloodthirst is pretty good too as far as damage compared to rapid strikes, just because you get more hemorrhaging procs. But I think maybe with this buff, this will make rapid strikes maybe the clear winner for pure damage. Twin slashes. This ability in Smurfs now lasts for 20 seconds, up from 10. Decrease the damage per tick by 25%. So your same old, same old. Rending now applies hemorrhaging. Also, that's pretty nice. Guaranteed hemorrhaging. Help it stand out a little more. Blood Craze now heals anytime the ability deals damage rather than only when the damage over time deals damage. Oh, so you could spam it for heals as well. That's interesting. Yeah, I think these are pretty cool changes to Rending Slashes. This ability's kind of been pretty meh. Blade Cloak. This ability in Smurf now lasts 20 seconds, up from 10. Increase the damage. Quick Cloak. This Smurf now adds 10 seconds to the duration, up from 4. So a 30-second dot that gives you a 4-second speed boost. I guess that's identical to what Boundless Storm does now. Except Boundless Storm gives you resistances. This gives you evasion. But they're both 30 seconds with a 4-second speed boost. That's kind of awkward for me to have a 30-second dot that has a 4-second speed boost attached to it. I don't know. That just feels awkward to me. It's like, if you're gonna be refreshing it a bunch to get the speed boost, then the duration doesn't really matter nearly as much. Like, you don't really need the longer duration. And then Deadly Cloak got nerfed. Most of them went down by 33%. Looks like this one went down a little more than that. I don't know. I'm not even going to try to like make sense of all the numbers right now without just looking at the tooltips. There's just too many ups and downs. Like, up 7, down 41. Like, I can't do all this in my head right now. Just to add some value to the global. Yeah, I guess. It just feels awkward to me like to put it on a really long ability. But yeah, it is what it is. Grand Healing. This ability in Smurfs now heal once every 2 seconds over 10 seconds rather than 8 seconds. So just a slight increase in the overall timer there. Illustrious now lasts for 20 seconds. Okay, that's interesting. Healing Springs now increases your mag recovery by up to 15 for every target healed, stacking up to 20 times, rather than restoring up to 30 for every target healed. Okay. I feel like Illustrious is double the time, so it's probably the better one still. I don't know. I don't be healing, but that's what makes sense to me. No longer increases in healing done, though. Okay. So it's not going to heal as strongly as Healing Springs. I see. I see. I missed that line there. Reduce the healing per tick of this ability in Smurfs by 40%. Rapid regen. This morph now increases the healing done by up to 50% on targets under 100% health. Oh, so it's like an execute heal. Like the lower their health, the more it heals. So no adjustments to the timers on these. Okay. But a fatty nerf to the ticks. Okay. Yeah, I'll be here for a while, Ghosty. I'm just getting started. Actually, no, I think we're making our way through. I think we're doing all right. Let's see. Once we get through the weapons, I'm going to refill my water real quick, and then I'll be back. Two-handed, cleave, carve, reduce the damage per tick. Oof. 40%. Why? It wasn't even that. The DPS from Carve was not even that high. What's it gonna do? Like 2k DPS now? The bleed did like what? 4,500 DPS? Jeez. They had to nerf Carve because Stamsorks were using. Oh, Pog, there it is. Thank you. Another Stamsork ability. I knew there was something to that. I knew it. Makes you feel like the wall buff was a typo? Increase the damage per tick by approximately 33%. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's maybe it's supposed to be decreased. Although, hold on. Stability now ticks every 2 seconds over 20. So they essentially cut the ticks in half, but then increase the damage by 33%. What did they do here? Stampede. Also 20. Decrease the damage by approximately 33%. Yeah, I don't know. That seems weird. Can you go look at your Stamsork build and look at what abilities got nerfed? I think you'll be unsurprised at precisely what skills got nerfed. Yeah, it's like every single ability that the Stamsork used. Every single one got nerfed. Holy crap. That's crazy. Man, this is wild. I wonder why they took down Car's damage so much. I mean, they just took down like everything's damage, I guess. So they're like, well, let's get Carve too. Even though Carve wasn't doing that much. Carve's big thing was like, oh, it lasts so long. Like, it wasn't that high of DPS, but it was decent DPS and lasted forever. But now everything lasts forever, so. So does it still only tick for 12 seconds unless you reapply it? Because that still makes that a bit awkward. I feel like it should just be 30 seconds now. Like, I don't know. They're gonna do this. Forceful, increase the splash damage to 100% of damage done with light and heavy attacks. Oh. I guess they're throwing us a little bone since light and heavy attacks were obliterated. Wrecking Blow, increase the duration of Empower to 5 seconds, up from 3. Okay, I'm going to refill my water. I'll be back shortly. All right. Here we go. Moving on. We still got so much. Oh, man. I guess we've gone through most of it, actually. We've gone through the majority. The pain train continues. How does nerfing everyone's DPS make content more accessible? Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of where they went wrong with all of it. Is like the dot thing would have made content more accessible, the dot lengths, but then they nerfed all the damage along with it. So it's like, well, it would have, but now it no matter how bad you were at your rotation, you're not going to be doing more damage now. Wait till you get to Trap Beast. Oh, God. We're going to all be using that new support set, I guess, for Minor Force. All right. I'm settled in. Got some sparkling water. That's a good question, Ghosty. It's a good question. I think we need some really cool, fun leaderboard rewards for that group of players. And I think the game does not need to be balanced around them, though. That's my personal opinion. It's like they're trying to balance the damage for them, but the details for the casuals. And the two just they're not meshing together super well. I'd love to see some badass leaderboard rewards for that small group. We talked about this in a previous stream. I think it would be so cool to have a different kind of like unique effect for each leaderboard instance. And if you're on that leaderboard for the patch, then you have like this certain effect you can toggle on or off. Like the example we gave last time was like some glowing blue shoulders for VMall. Like, so if you're on that leaderboard for VMall for the patch, you have access to this cosmetic toggle for like these glowing blue shoulders. Like stuff like that would be such a cool thing to add in for that like really high-end group of players to like super show off by getting on all the leaderboards. And it would actually, I think, make people try to get on the leaderboards and make them slightly competitive, because you'd get knocked off by people that got really good scores. So I think something like that would be kind of sick. And then you have this extra like end game available, like beyond just achievements and clears and whatnot, and you don't have to necessarily balance the difficulty of that around that very, very small group of players. Emperor title, but for PvP awards. Yeah, similar to that. Yeah. I mean, temporary titles would be like the laziest easy way they could go with it. You know, you could like have a temporary title you could equip for being on the leaderboard. But yeah, cool cosmetic glow. And so if you're on like the leaderboard for like 6 different leaderboard instances, you could have like all these cool effects coming off of you if you wanted to toggle them all on. And be like, look at that dude. He looks real cool. He's got the glowies. I think it would be cool personally. I probably would get knocked off all the leaderboards right away, but world first only gets 10 transmutes if it's the weekly. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't know. There's just nothing there. It would be so refreshing to see something extra in that pocket of gameplay. Excuse me. All right, Soldier's got a paragraph for us.
Hello, Skinny. This is the Fun Police. I have been dispatched by ZOS over a complaint that high-end DPS were hitting too high of numbers. I'm going to need to confiscate your light attacks, your heavy attacks, your spammable damage, and whichever tool you pesky players come up with.
Oh, you got cut off by the follow. Sorry. It was too long of a message. It was close. You almost had it. Assume the Warden video guide update's gonna get delayed after these changes. Yeah, you assume correctly.
Thank you very much for the follow.
All right, we got to keep going. This has been fun, but we got to get through it. Heavy armor resolve fixed an issue where this passive's bonus armor could fail to contribute to abilities or effects that used physical or spell resistance to scale in many cases. Oh yeah. Burtonator. Thank you, Burtonator. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome in.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Pay to win moment. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm gonna read ahead. Resolve fixed an issue where this passive's bonus armor could fail to... Okay, that's just a fix. Soul Trap. This ability and consuming now lasts 20 seconds. Reduce the damage.
Thank you very much.
Soul Splitting. This morph no longer reduces the damage done per tick of the skill. Instead cuts the base duration in half. Oh, so it's only 10 seconds. But it actually hits kind of hard. That could be interesting. This skill's kind of sucked for a while.
Thank you very much.
Consuming's kind of rough because, well, I guess the target just needs to die. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter then. Infectious Claws. This ability is now 20 seconds. Reduce the damage per tick by 17%. Claws of Life. Reduce the amount of healing based on damage done from this morph to 66%, down from 100. Since it can instantly apply in AoE and provide significantly more healing than other morphs of its like. Claws of Anguish. This morph now causes the entire ability to apply the disease status effect rather than only the initial hit. Decay and Rot. Okay. So like perma disease from the dot. That's interesting. When will this be on YouTube? Tell him this first half. I'll try to get it up for tomorrow. Yeah, try to get it up for tomorrow. Circle of Protection reduced the cost of this ability and its morphs 3780 down from 4590. Okay, so it ticks a lot less, but bigger ticks. Turn Evil reduced the duration of fear from this morph to 4 seconds at max rate, down from 5. Okay. Not really too much there. Trap Beast increased the duration of this ability and its morphs to 20 seconds, up from 15 for the trap and 10 for the triggered effects. Reduce the damage. Wait. Increase the duration. Hold up. Is this just saying when you lay the trap, you have 20 seconds now instead of 15 for it to arm? I'm a little confused on that wording. Barb trap, this morph now multiplies times 10 the chance of applying the hemorrhaging status effect rather than increasing the duration. This means the initial hit will have a 50% chance of applying it rather than 5%, and the damage over time will have a 30% chance per tick instead of 3%. Why were y'all saying it's nuked? Oh, is it 10-second minor force? Is that what that means? 10 seconds for the triggered effects? Y'all were saying it was nuked or something. Yeah, the wording is a little strange on this, so it's kind of hard to tell. Trying to push the new set. Yeah, that new set with minor force for the group is looking juicy. Just have somebody run that. It is not 20 for both. Okay. Looks like 18 seconds went down to 10 seconds. Increase the minor force by 10 seconds. No? I don't know. I can't tell what's going on here. Nerf the damage, channel acceleration, better form of minor. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll look at this on the PTS. Entropy. Increase the duration of this ability and its morphs to 20 seconds, up from 10. Yeah. So this will be a little more than that, I think, after your passives apply. Reduce the damage per tick by approximately 23%. Increase the coefficient of the healing portion to match the damage. Scalding Rune. Increase the duration of this morph's damage over time to 22, up from 12. So this should go up as well. These should both go up another couple seconds. Reduce the damage per tick. So this one, I mean, the dot on this is not the greatest. It's really that upfront hit that makes up that big portion of this ability. So probably still use this kind of the same way, where, you know, if you have a lot of movement, you need something that you need to reapply kind of often. You need a semi-spam kind of ability. The upfront hit from this is really nice. Yeah. Oh, did they not change the ticks on Rune? Like, I thought Rune already ticked every 2 seconds. I'm pretty sure Rune already ticked every 2 seconds. Let's see. Accelerate. Increase the base cost. Okay. Increase the duration of minor force. Granted 20 seconds up from 12. This will cause channel accelerates minor force to triple to 60 seconds now as well, instead of tripling to 36. Race against time. 4 seconds of immunity. So minute of minor force. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, so 1 minute from channeled excel, or yeah, we'll have to look at Barb Trap if that's actually only 10 seconds of minor force. That would be really weird though. If they did 10 seconds of minor force with a 20-second dot, that would be really strange. So I don't know. Cornish, yeah, we're still going. All right. Necrotic Orb. This ability and Mystic Orb now deal damage every 2 seconds over 20 seconds rather than once every second over 10. Reduce the movement speed to 0.6 meters per second to make them easier to hit targets with. Yeah, that's I was wondering about this. Someone brought this up earlier in chat and I was like, is it just gonna like float off into the nether regions? Trap is 20 seconds. Skillim responded and said so. Okay, great. Thank you, Sturm. Yeah, I thought that people were saying it was 10. And I thought that would be really weird if it was 10 while the dot was 20. Like, that just doesn't... Like, yeah, you got to reapply this skill, like, halfway through every time if you want the... Yeah. Look, sounds good to me. So now the ranged one is also 20 though, right? It just doesn't give you that increased hemorrhaging that the melee one does. So that's kind of interesting. If you need to be ranged, like that actually is not a terrible option. I don't know. Although 1 minute of 1 minute sounds pretty good too with channeled excel. Let's see. All right, so it's gonna move slower, 20 seconds like the others. Increase the damage per tick to make up for ticking half as often. This morph now increases your health, magicka, and stamina recovery by up to 100 while it's active, rather than increasing the damage done by 20%. That's interesting. I mean, obviously it's not as good for damage now, but Orb was always such a resource hogger. Energy Orb retains its original duration, movement speed, and tick rate. So this one's just 10 seconds still. Okay. Morph now ticks 1 extra time of the duration. Okay. Breaking even there, pretty much. I don't think this update's going to be all bad. I think the DPS decrease from what we're seeing so far is very significant though, and it's going to cause a lot of issues with groups progging content. If content is not simultaneously adjust, or if something is not done to make this a little bit less of a massive hit. So, unless you're Sork. Yeah, Sork's got boned so hard. Like, holy crap, Sork's got boned hard. Like, every single ability got nuked. Oh, that's wild. I can't believe it. Actually, I kept reading through and I was just like, really? Like, every ability? We'll see, though. All right. Caltrops. This ability is morphs now tick every 2 seconds over 20 seconds rather than every 10 second or every second for 10 seconds. Okay, so this is both morphs. And then anti-cavalry is not going to be 30. Okay. Vigor. 10 seconds at base. Morph now extends the duration up to 6 seconds. From 2. Morph now extends the duration of 6 seconds. Okay, so you get 16 seconds from that morph and 10 seconds from this morph. This morph now grants major resolve for 20 seconds after casting. That's interesting. So the selfish one, you kind of get a 2-for-1 with that and get your resolve and your healing in one. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it resolving vigor is it's in the name. I see what they did there. Resolving vigor nerf terrible for PvP. Major resolve already easy to get. Yeah, no, I agree. It's easy to get. It's just like that's one extra bar slot you could use. But it depends on your class too. Some classes that like it kind of comes in a skill that you already really want to run anyways. Let's see. Seed Shield. Fix an issue where this would end early. Okay. Champion System. Force of Nature. Reduce the amount of armor penetration this node grants to 660 per status effect, down from 900. Fix an issue where this node did not work properly with many of the status effects and could lose effectiveness with some status effects such as shield if the name buff provided from the status effect was overridden by a longer duration version. So less per status effect, but the status effects are fixed. So maybe about the same ish, probably. I don't know. Weapons expert, 4% per stage up from 3. So I don't know. This probably is not going to be very good if light and heavy attacks don't do a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't know. This one will be interesting. I think for like general use, it's probably nerfed. For optimized use, maybe you can get a little more out of it now that it works properly. I don't know. It's interesting because they just came out with it and now they're already nerfing it. All right. Some companion stuff. I'm not going to go through that. I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys are probably dying to see that, but Ravage health potions. Fix an issue where this potion affix was not correctly labeled as a proc and could trigger many sets or events that checked for dealing damage. Rest in peace, those that were using that to proc stuff. All right, charge trade. 365 down from 480. Since it's buffed, this trade has eclipsed the niche category as once part of, or is beating out other traits, even if you were only using 2 stats effects. The new value should now have this trait be much closer in power to others when using 2 status effects, with the potential to still eclipse them when using more. I mean, it's still pretty good. I've honestly, the patch that this, sorry, they're mowing outside. I'm sorry if that's loud. I apologize. But yeah, the patch that this came out, I was like, that's too high. That needs to be nerfed. It was too much. But here we are. About a year later, I guess. Grand Rejuvenation. This set now restores 224 magicka and stamina 4 times over 6 seconds rather than 117 5 times over 4 seconds. Okay. Merciless Charge. This set now deals damage every 2 seconds over 10 seconds rather than every 1 second over 8 seconds. What? Reduce the damage done by approximately 25%. Oh. Is this going to refresh to last 20 seconds? I'm guessing that's how that's going to work. Like at 10 seconds, it'll stop refreshing and then it'll last 20 seconds. I'm assuming that's how it's going to work. Otherwise, it's going to be really awkward to hit Stampede every 10 seconds. All right. Back to precise and Nern daggers, maybe. I mean, we'll see. Charge is still really strong. It's still going to be a lot of extra damage. Maybe it might depend on the class. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to test it out. It's probably still pretty close to precise, I bet. Blood Moon. This set now increases the damage of your light attacks by 20-50 rather than 55%. Iron Blood. This set now grants major protection, major aegis, and minor protection for 10 seconds when it activates rather than a unique 30%. Rest in peace, Iron Blood. Reduce the snare potency to 25. Okay, so they kind of wait. Reduce the cooldown to 10 seconds. Okay, that's actually not bad. It's actually not terrible. Not nearly as bad of a snare and not as bad of a cooldown, so that's okay. I mean, if you're running like Iron Blood with major and minor protection or some, you know, if you're going down that route, obviously it's going to be a pretty big loss, but this isn't bad. Let's see. When we did major and minor balance pass major and minor balance pass years past, we intentionally left the set alone. Try and make sure the curse aspect of the set was justified, but we're seeing this set enable far too much mitigation with not enough penalty. Rather than increasing the curse further, running the risk of making the set inaccessible outside of incredibly niche scenarios, we've instead adjusted to named bonuses so there is similar power with more accessibility as we can ease back the curse as well. Noble Duelist Strikes. This set now increases your damage done with light and heavy attacks against monsters by 2110 rather than increasing. Ugh. Here we go, round we go, up we go, down we go, round we go, round we. Oh my goodness. Savage Werewolf. This item set now only procs off light attacks when you are within melee range instead of light or heavy attacks from any range. Yeah. Yeah, that probably needed that. It probably needed it. Set now takes once every 2. Oh, and they knocked down the... Oof. Okay. Yeah. All right. Savage Werewolf is now... They unbroke it, so find something else to use. Yeah, we all know. I don't need to read the dev comment. We all know it's been broken. All right, the set has been reworked to now grant you a stack of Sergeant's Focus for 5 seconds whenever you deal damage with a heavy attack, increasing the damage of your heavy attacks by 645 per stack. This effect can occur once every half second and stacks up to 4 times. Okay, so like almost like a Zogbins or Kinras or something like that, except for heavy attack damage. That's an interesting way to increase heavies without giving them all the burst up front. More builds to engage with it, reducing its potential as a front-loaded burst set. Yep. Undaunted, Infiltrator, and Unweaver. These sets now increase your damage done with light and heavy attacks against monsters by 1645. Oh, against monsters by 1645. Oh, that's what this one says too. Against monsters. Okay, okay. That's their workaround with it. So pretty much PvE only sets now.
Thank you very much for the follow.
They're on the forums. Let's see. Cargata fixed an issue where the set's damage was not properly increasing with AoE augmenting effects. Ooh! Oakensoul now grants them minor versions of Courage, Berserk, Force, Protection, Bruh, why do they always have to come at everything so hard? Why can't they just tweak it? Every time. It's like... it never fails. It's like, this set's overperforming. All right, that looks much better now. Like, holy crap. It's just... the major force and major heroism were too much. Those were too much. But now it's like, oh my god. So okay, let's just look at it. Minor courage instead of major. So if you're in a group, I guess this probably doesn't matter too much. You're going to probably get major already. Minor berserk instead of major berserk. Well, that was nice because it let you run something besides Kenra's, but I guess you could still run Kenra's and get minor and major, but minor you probably already got in a group anyways. Force, minor force, this one's okay. Like force and heroism, I'm totally on board. Like those were too much. They needed to come down. But they didn't need to gut the whole set. Like, oh my god. Every time. I mean, it was the same way on the PTS when they were making this set too. Like every week it was just like here and then here and then here and then here. It's just like they couldn't just like take a couple of things that were overperforming about it and adjust those and be like, okay, all right, we adjusted these couple of things here. Okay, it's still overperforming a little. Okay, let's take one more of these down. You know, instead of just like, let's just smash it all. Like, the original intent of the set was to improve accessibility of one bar builds by providing many bonuses that you would get from running extra abilities on your back bar, and a few other named sources that may come from coordinated groups to make up for the flexibility and specialization loss of having 5 ability choices instead of 10. Oh, we did see the suggestions we're incorporating now. We didn't want to go too hard on the set after the heavy nerfs to the original form without some more concrete metrics and evidence, which we've gathered since update 34 had launched. We now feel comfortable that this set will still be incredibly impactful for its target audience, but in a much more balanced way. Well, there's a reason I've been running Oakensoul the whole patch, because I figured something like this would happen, and it would be something that I got to enjoy the novelty of for a short bit, and then come back to like a more normal build. I mean, I figured like it was fun. Hey, we still got a little time with it also, so go have fun with your Oakensoul while you can, because it's, yeah, it's pretty nuked. Sorry Oakensoul players. Wasn't this like originally made to like make stuff more accessible as well? And now, whatever. All right. It just frustrates me. It doesn't frustrate me that it's being nerfed. It frustrates me that they nerfed all of it. Like, that's what frustrates me. Wise man told me to enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah. You just got Oakensoul yesterday? Rip. Well, I guess that's that. Yeah, it might still be fun for like running around, like doing some public dungeons or something. Doing a solo in a normal dungeon for my daily transmutes or something. I don't know. Wah, 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 wah. Anyways, let's move on. Dark Conversion. Increase the cooldown of this set to 25 seconds. Okay. Well, all right. That's fine. Honestly, this set, once they, I don't know about other platforms, but on PC and A, once they changed the servers out and performance improved, this set actually wasn't that bad, because you could actually like, you wouldn't be like lagging your ass off trying to get out of it. So it was like, okay, whatever. It's not like, it's not nearly as bad, but yeah, when you're lagging really bad, this is the worst set. Block walk done. Yeah. It's yeah, as long as your performance is not in the gutter, it's not that hard to deal with. All right, this set's damage can no longer be blocked. Hrothgar's chill. Plaguebreak. This set now has a cooldown of 20 seconds per target, rather than only against targets that do not already have a dot on them. Cooldown of 20 seconds per target, rather than only against targets that do not already have a dot on them. The set can now proc on multiple enemies from a singular attack. Reduce the damage over time by approximately 48%, but this damage can now critically strike, as it does not have ingrained modifiers built into it. Increase the damage by explosion by approximately 3%. The damage from the set now always applies the disease status effect. I think this is a step in the right direction for sure. Still allows it to be used in PvE. PvP, one of the things I hated the most about this set is that if I notice I have it on me, I can move, cleanse it, but they can just immediately put it back on me again. Cleanse, put it back on me. Cleanse, put it back on me. Cleanse, put it back on me. Whereas now with the cooldown, be smart about it. Don't cleanse it where you're going to pop everybody. And then they can't put it on you again for 20 more seconds. AoE application of Plague pretty much already existed from jabs. Let's not lie to ourselves. Like, jabs could hit it on 4 targets in 1 second. Like, that's not really that different. I mean, it is, but it's not. Like, I get what y'all are saying. If you're playing stupidly against it, it's a buff for the set. Like, if you want to play like an idiot against the set, it's a buff. If you want to play smart against the set, it's a nerf. That's how I feel about what I'm reading. Because there was nothing more annoying to me than there was just nothing I could do. They just constantly applied it over and over to me. And it didn't matter if I was alone and cleansing it or like what was going on. Like, it just, I think it definitely needed a cooldown. Now, I do agree. 20, like, just being able to drop an AoE, direct damage AoE, and apply it to everything is kind of crazy, but at the same time, like, if those people all stacked up that get hit with it want to not respect it, then that's on them. We'll see how it plays out. Just immediately purge it. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like it's very obvious when you get hit with it. Like, there's a very distinct sound and like effect so you know when you're hit with it. So now you don't have to worry about just constantly having it on you no matter what you do. I think that's a step in the right direction. But yeah, we'll see with the AoE application. That is interesting. I think the correct way now to Plaguebreak on the back bar and apply it with Razor Couch. Will Caltrops apply Plaguebreak? I didn't know they applied that. Dealing direct, yeah, it has to be direct damage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't think it did. I didn't think Caltrops applied it. You'd have to hit, like, if you hit like with the Brawler, or if you hit with like Elemental Ring. Yeah, there's several AoE direct damage abilities you could stampede in to a group, and that initial hit should just put it on everything. So there's a few ways. Colossus. But yeah, backbarring it definitely sounds like a better play now, since it has a 20-second cooldown. Quick Cloak should not. I don't believe that counts as direct damage. I think that counts as dot damage. Arms of Reliquant fixed an issue where the set's visuals were not appearing. Just getting buffs you might have to try. I think for PvE, it's definitely a buff for PvE. If you want to blow up some trash packs. PvP is probably a buff against people running around in Cyrodiil that don't know what they're doing. I'd say it's a buff there as well. So like 90% of Cyrodiil? Nah, I'm being rude. I'll shut up. I don't know what I'm doing out there either. I'm talking like I do, but I don't. All right, increased XP gained. Increased XP granted from killing monsters and player characters in Cyrodiil and Imperial City by 10%. Quest by 10%. 2 guards at Bruma will no longer be buried up to their necks in the snow. I don't really know what this does. I don't know. That doesn't really seem like that was needed or anybody was asking for that. I mean, you do get if you spend a lot of time in Cyrodiil, you can get a lot of XP. So I guess it makes it a little bit more valid way to level your character. Like get a lot of champion points and stuff. Yeah, Narniac, I've sent the feedback many times. Unfortunately, it's just like one of those things that I guess whatever team is gonna handle that, they're just like they can't right now or something. I don't know. Like there are a few things with that I would like to see buffed.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Give me one sec. Um. Okay, sorry about that. Display, capture. Okay. This might be kind of small, I don't know. But these are the things I think need to happen with the hybridization that are incomplete. Camo, remind me when we're done with the patch notes. I'll get a cat. I'm gonna wait till I finish though. Pain points that add to the confusion with hybridization. Jewelry glyphs, weapon and spell damage are separate here, even though they are sourced together within the game. These are some feedback points I sent. So jewelry glyphs, those need to be combined. You can make some other kind of glyph for the other one, whatever. Potions, same thing here. Skills that provide buffs that give brutality and sorcery, savagery and prophecy together. But potions only give one or the other. And then finally, class-specific minor passives. Minor savagery, minor prophecy, pretty much do the same thing. One is just spell damage, one is one's spell crit, one's weapon crit. Same with minor brutality, minor sorcery. One's just spell damage, one's weapon damage. But they're the same thing. Whereas in other parts of the game, the savagery and prophecy are combined. So they need to, in my opinion, combine these buffs. Just for example, they could do savagery and prophecy on a Nightblade, and brutality and sorcery on a Dragonknight. And then those other two classes that don't have those, that had one of the other, just give them something else. Like give them a different group buff, something else that's unique. And then everyone is wanted in the group. You know, it's, to me, that solves it. I think that makes the hybridization thing across the board make sense. All of the main pain points are taken care of. But I don't know. They got a lot going on over there, I guess. I think it's pretty crucial to do it, to be honest. I think they're under emphasizing the importance of some of these things, especially for newer players. This stuff is confusing. It's all over the place. It's like, oh, you get this from here, but this from here, but this only does this. And it's just like, if they just like consolidated a little bit more of this, it would just make more sense across the board.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Check out Cursed DK Parse in Discord. I'm kind of scared too, to be honest. Is it under Parses? Or Lost Steps? Is that... Oh, it's Lord Reaper's Parse. Let's look at it. Oof. Yeah, he normally hits like 115, 120-ish in the current patch. Solve world problems with the success. Thanks, Dogma. I try my best.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Man, that light attack damage, though. Woo. That light attack damage. It's a pretty big that's a pretty big DPS loss overall. And that's with DK being one of the classes that kind of got some buffs. And they buffed the trial dummy as well. So they buffed the trial dummy. DK got some buffs. And he's still down like 15k. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Well, look, all we can do right now is test. Get on the PTS if you can. Test stuff out. Send feedback. Send me feedback if you want to. I'm going to be testing stuff. I'm going to try to get all my feedback in by week 2. That way there's like time for them to look through it, time to respond, you know, and that also makes sure that my feedback is not rushed. You know, like I don't want to send feedback tonight because it's like, that's not really fair to take something they've worked on for months and try to like sum it up in a day and be like, I know everything I'm talking about with this in one day. So I'm probably going to sit on it and test and work stuff out for like a week and then submit feedback on that. So feel free to send me stuff as well. I don't mind. I generally try to set aside time every day to respond to DMs. So it may take me a bit to respond to you, but I will try to do that. So yeah, we'll go through this. We'll do what we can. And if the patch goes live and we can't clear content that we were like clearing, or you know, some content we were close to getting through that now we just can't tackle, it's gonna suck. But I don't want to overreact. I don't want to say that, you know, we're there, that's gonna happen. You know, there's a lot that could change in 6 weeks. There's a lot that we could have overlooked. There's you know, there's a lot of possibilities. We'll see what happens though. we will see what happens. I think that's about it, right? Increase the number of slaughter stones that will drop from weekly trial coffer rewards. Okay, just sourcing the some of the styles. Oh wow, gilding wax is only 5 vouchers now. That's pretty cheap. So I'm just trying to make these a little bit cheaper, I guess. But I think we're pretty much through it. I didn't see any content adjusted. Did you guys? Did you guys see any? Yeah, okay. Kringled was on the same page as I was. No encounter changes, and I bet that's intentional. You know, they probably kind of want to see what players do with it week 1 before they overreact and like start nerfing content. So that's why, if you are able to, especially, I'm not saying sit on the PTS for 6 weeks, but if you're able to, especially this week, if no other time but this week, if you're able to get on, test stuff, get a trial group, you know, all these different things, and see how it feels, submit feedback this, like, by the end of this week, start of next week, try to get some feedback in. And that's what I'm going to be doing. So it's going to be it'll be an interesting week sifting through all this. There's so much here. It's like it's a lot to take in for sure. Do a quick source. No, I need a break. I need a break. Yeah. But I guess we could do like a quick summary to kind of wrap things up. All right, so item sets, the ones that really stood out to me. The empower for the group is, initially I thought that was kind of interesting, but now Necros have 10 seconds on their empower. It's kind of whatever. Major Vuln on a heavy is interesting for the monster set. This set is definitely interesting. Minor force for the group, major force for you. I mean, especially like, think about it. If you're in a group that maybe you have like 50% major force uptime on average, like you're still getting an average of 10% crit damage from that, while also giving your group minor force. It seems like a solid set to me. I mean, in a really super well organized group, I don't know for sure. It's going to be a pretty big damage loss for the wearer in that scenario, but for less organized groups, I think it's pretty cool. Standblade got a lot of buffs proven. I'm not really interested in that. I think this is a very nice earlier game Yolm replacement that you can get from doing dungeons if you haven't done trials yet. And this one's weird. This monster set where you roll and you get immunity to direct damage for 1 second. It's an interesting one. So I'm not going to go through the PvP sets. Those are kind of interesting, but I don't know if I wrap my head around them completely. The light attack and heavy attack damage. Biggest concerns there. So they nerfed them to do a lot less, but Empower still increases them by quite a bit. almost doubles ranged light attacks. Empower does. So having very good Empower uptime is still a big skill gap versus not, though they did make it easier to keep up for Necros. Also, they still scale with debuffs on the enemy. So you're still going to get more damage in a better organized group from your light and your heavy attacks than someone that is in a lesser organized group. So personally, what I've seen here, I don't see this really doing a whole lot for the gap, like they said. Maybe like a tiny piece of a very large pie, but it doesn't seem necessary to me. High-end groups will still do a lot more light attack damage. Yeah, exactly. So I don't really see the complete picture from all this. The whole dot change thing, I think they were on the money with changing the dot links in some of the buff links to make easier rotations, which will in turn allow people to keep up a rotation at a higher level in content that may be more difficult. If they're worried about the mechanics, they're like trying to deal with all these mechanics, and their rotation is very simplified. In theory, that could lead to much more damage from them than in the old version of the game, where they're probably having really bad uptimes on their dots. They're like letting stuff run off for a long time, trying to like deal with mechanics. And so I see what they're doing here, and I think that could work. The problem is they nerfed so much damage alongside of that even if they now are able to maintain this new rotation when they couldn't maintain the old one, their damage is still going to be lower. So it's like, does it really matter that they are theoretically maintaining a rotation better in the content while dealing with mechanics if their damage is still lower? Does that make sense? Like, if damage is still down, then it's like they were still better off with the old system and just like not doing a great rotation. So that's one part I'm really concerned about is, you know, if you're going to do that, you probably need to adjust some of the encounters to match it. Otherwise, people are just going to see their damage go down and be like, wow, I kept all my dots up. I had lots of time for spambles. I maintained these abilities much better than I used to, but I still lost damage. So that's a big concern for me with that part of it. There are definitely some good changes throughout here for sure. I think the Molten Whip change is really cool. I love that they did half stam, half mag. It's a unique thing that we don't see on abilities. The Seething Fury stacks not being consumed is pretty cool. You know, Necro got some nerfs, but overall, I kind of like what they did with Necro as well. Extra crit chance in Execute. That's pretty cool. You know, the dot damage is down, but let's face it, the dot damage was overpowered. It needed to come down. And then, you know, some decent changes throughout. Spirit Guardian got nuked completely. But Nightblades got some cool buffs. Nightblade's like the one class that I feel like is just like feeling pretty good about this. Sorcerer got nuked. I think, honest to God, I've read a lot of patch notes over the years. Even before I did content creation, I always like read the patch notes. I don't think I've ever seen a class get this many like hard nukes to their abilities. It is insane how much they came after them. Like, I agree that the Stamsorks especially, I don't think Magsorks were really overperforming at all. Stamsorks were overperforming because of Crystal Weapon. But they not only took Crystal Weapon, they came after Bound Armaments. They came after the Atro. They came after the Familiar, the Tormentor, the Hurricane. And then Stamsorks often run Stampede and Carve as well, which they also nerfed. So it's just like, holy crap. Pretty much every single ability except Daedric Prey. Every single ability except for Daedric Prey on a Stamsork was nerfed. It's like, holy crap. The enchantments are going to be impossible with 2-second dots. Holy crap, Ziggy. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, your Berserker enchants are no longer going to trigger 100% anymore. Yeah, I think they need to make Berserker last 6 seconds now. Otherwise, that's another giant loss. Either that or just, like, ground AoE should just do every second. Like, that just makes so much more sense. It's an active effect on the ground. It's not dungeon spikes popping up every 2 seconds. It's not a trap. Like, it's a persisting effect. So that I'm concerned about that. God, Sork though got just absolutely nuked. And then Templar, we've already had people parsing saying that Rapid Strikes does more than jabs on Templar. I mean, that's just what people are saying. I don't want to like look too much into it yet, but the guy that parsed Goavs, he does a ton of Templar parsing. So I tend to like buy into what he said there. So yeah, I'm definitely concerned after reading this a bit. I'm definitely concerned. I don't want to say it's the end of the world because we still have time to do feedback and to test and all that, but yeah, it's definitely concerning. Warden's got hit pretty hard too, especially Stam Warden. I think Mag Warden is actually like probably kind of on par with where they were. They definitely lost a lot less than Stam Warden lost, that's for sure. Should go see the new Flurry animation. I don't even have PTS downloaded or anything right now. I'll take a look at it all later. I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow too, going through and updating my document here that has like all the damage numbers and stuff. It's gonna take me probably another 8 hours, but I think it'll be. I don't know. I like doing stuff like that. I'm kind of a spreadsheet nerd, so I did find it kind of weird that Stampede and Carve got a big old nerf, whereas Wall of Elements got the damage increased. Like, Stampede obviously is way more risky than Wall of Elements. It's way more risky than Wall of Elements. So that one, I'm a little perplexed. It's a typo. Okay, so Wall went down as well. Okay, gotcha. Well, that makes more sense about that then.
Thank you very much for the follow.
It does way more damage on live right now than Wall, probably equalizing them. And yeah, I don't think they should be equal. Because Wall, you can just stand back and put, and it's like this giant, massive wall. Whereas Stampede is much smaller, and you have to charge into it to drop it. Like, there's way more risk involved. So, I mean, should Stampede be as far ahead of Wall as it is on live? You know, maybe not. But I don't think they should be equal either. So, yeah, and there's a lot more like of a learning curve with it. The animation lock is annoying. And it looks like, I think Deadly Cloak got kind of nuked too. It seemed to have reduced by 41%. This seemed like a good bit higher than what the other ones were reduced by. I don't know, my friends. We're going to have to test a lot. We're going to have to give a lot of feedback. It's not... it's not the most exciting set of patch notes I've seen. I don't want to say I'm overly concerned, but I am kind of like a good medium level of concern at the moment. I'm a good medium level of concern, and if by like week 3 or 4 we see them like this without making many adjustments, I'm gonna knock up to that next level of concern for sure. Yeah, we have Ferrum. It's been a long one. But we got through them all. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, if you can, test stuff. Send me feedback. I'm cool with that. We'll see what we can do. You know, we'll see how the changes feel in content. Obviously, a lot of the content is like, we still have plenty of DPS. You know, that's not really a huge concern for like 90% of the content. You know, if this makes VMAL take a little longer or whatever, like, it's not a huge deal. You know, but yeah, like Zalvaka hard mode, Oshiltso hard mode, trying to no death it. There's definitely some newer aspects of the game that people were already not able to handle with the current DPS. So DPS is fine unless you're progging any content at all. Yeah. So literally this is what these changes would do. The very noobs that are just starting out, like normal trials, they would probably have an easier time with these new rotations, all this stuff. The very, very high end that like set world records, that have already gotten their Swashbuckler Supremes, they might not want to play anymore because of the dot links, but they could, and they could still do what they're doing and steamroll everything. It's all that in between that is really going to feel the negative effects from this. People that are just trying to like work their way up through the game and do harder content and push themselves to get through harder stuff, they're going to feel this pretty hard based on everything we've seen so far. Just did a necro parse. The long dot duration made me don't know how to play my necro anymore. It totally changes things. It totally changes the feel of it. I think Sork will feel pretty similar still, but Sork got annihilated. So I am, as usual, not gonna knee jerk. I'm going to sit on things. I'm gonna think about things. I'm gonna test things, but I am concerned for sure. I'm definitely concerned with this set of patch notes, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be the most fun patch I've ever played. Maybe the dungeons will be really fun. I bet the dungeons will be fun. The dungeons are always amazing. Finn and that team just like, they just kick ass on those dungeons every single time. And the trial this year too. The trial's a lot of fun. Like they killed it with that as well. Like they did a great job. I'm super happy with the encounter team as far as a design and like fun standpoint. As far as balance of the encounters, can leave a little to be desired at times, but yeah, that is that's that. That was fun though. We got through them. It only took 7.5 hours. That's not too bad, right?
Thank you very much for the follow.
Only 7.5 hours. I think this was my longest one. Well, I guess we did watch the ESO live first, so it was actually not 7.5 hours. It was a little bit shorter than that. I think a lot of people are going to be upset with these patch notes. I think, yeah. I think a lot of people are going to be upset. I see this being one of the most controversial set of patch notes they've ever put out, to be honest. But I think I'm going to call it there. I need some food. I am going to raid Sophie. She's actually doing a Planesbreaker run right now, and it looks like they're at full vit after Oshiltso, which is pretty poggers. So I will probably stream again tomorrow if I'm not like dead tired. Oh no, they had a death on the trash pool after the first boss. RIP. Well, it was good until it wasn't. But yeah, I'm going to throw it over to her. Thank you, everyone. The support was absolutely freaking insane today. Y'all are just incredible. Thanks for all hanging out with me. Thanks, Gina. I don't know if you're here or not, but for that massive raid from the Bethesda stream earlier, that was completely unexpected. I had no idea she was going to do that. I don't know if she knew she was going to do that, but yeah, that was super cool. And yeah, I think that's it for today. I'm going to rest my throat because I'm tired, but